But I know what you're thinking right now. I know what you're thinking, okay? Karl Marx is a liberal. I know. Karl Marx is a liberal.
Hey, you know what's fucking disgusting to me? Women.
Karl Marx is a liberal. I know. Karl Marx is a liberal.
Hello, everybody. How are you all doing? I wish I could, I wish I could savor this moment forever, how mad all of you are, at me for being late. I wish I could just, let me just keep that. How do you do do you do it horizontally, or, I don't know. Well, actually, all of this is being recorded to an external hard drive, so I actually can, I actually can keep this saved forever. How y'all doing? How the fuck are you all doing? I hope you're doing well, because Breonna Taylor press conference? What's happening? Give me a link. What press conference? I didn't get good sleep. Give me the link. What's up? What press conference? What's happening? Also, I'm pretty sure Breonna Taylor is dead, so is it about Breonna Taylor? Or Breonna Taylor's family settles with the city of Louisville for $12 million and significant police reform. Whoa! Hold up there, bucko. Hold on there. What am I looking at here? What? Wow. The settlement is the largest ever paid by the city in an officer-involved shooting case. Taylor, 26, was shot dead when Louisville Metro Police Department officers served a narcotics warrant at her home on March 13th. The settlement also makes history by including one of the largest lists of police reforms the LMPD will ever be required to implement. Wow! Well, what are the concessions listed here? Let's see. The agreement mandates that a commanding officer review and give written approval of all search warrants and SWAT matrices, documents aimed at calculating specific danger. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Fuck yeah. The settlement requires the presence of paramedics whenever a warrant is executed. Holy shit. That is awesome. An early action warning system to identify officers with red flags, and the retention of records related to internal officer complaints and investigations. Absolutely. Yes. Correct. True. It also removes the police chief's option to close cases against officers by exception, allowing an officer to resign or retire without discipline. The exception option was most notably used by former LMPD Chief Steve Conrad in the Explorer child sex abuse case. Don't know the details of that one? Sounds pretty cringe. Oh, they're going to tell us? Conrad allowed then LMPD officer Kenneth Betts to resign from the department in the middle of an internal investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct with a minor. Yep, pretty cringe. Conrad closed that investigation by exception, allowing Betts to continue working as an officer at another department. I was just talking about this yesterday, that even when cops fuck up a fucking investigation into raping a minor, you can just go like, oh, well, no, actually, no, that's not happening, actually. And the cop can just go to another fucking precinct. Just go over to another county, another city, and do it again. You know? We'll have to see if they hold to these promises. Oh, whoops. Officers handling money during seizures will have to be in pairs and wear body cameras. Oh, see, yeah. According to the contract, which also requires LMPD to hire a number of social workers to help officers in certain runs. All right. Well, listen. What are the odds of all of these being implemented and upheld? Probably not that great. Are some of them going to be upheld? Maybe. This is still an excellent series of concessions, and that 12 million, I'm sure, will be much appreciated. Are these court enforced? I mean, they're part of the settlement, so I assume so. Yeah. Well, supposedly more will be announced. We can only hope. Well, that's a nice start to today's stream. Fuck yeah. When did this article come out? Is there not a time listed anywhere on this news? Oh, here we go. September 15th at 1:56 p.m. Okay, so that must be Eastern time. So roll back 3 hours. And oh, this news article came out 13 minutes ago. Oh no, it was updated 13 minutes ago. It came out earlier this morning. I see. Okay, I see. Woo! Go team! Reform and inform, good slogan. You gotta push farther left. Base Sam Harris, the Majority Report yesterday, calling Bernier Busters disordered. Uh-oh!
I saw people upset, like, not a whole lot of people, like a small sliver of the internet, making fun of Cornel West for saying, like, a vote for Biden is basically an anti-fascist vote, as if that was a laughable segment. And look, I have criticisms of Biden.
Guys, the dono said Sam Harris. No. The chat message said Sam Harris. I didn't say Sam Harris. When they said Majority Report, I knew they were doing a bit. They said Sam Harris. Not me. I just read it out loud, okay? I read it out loud. I just read the message. This is Sam Cedar. Says so right here in the channel name.
In terms of, like, where he would land on a political spectrum, but I think it's just obvious that one array of power is significantly better for the world than the other.
It is beyond obvious. Honestly, I think that to argue anything but that at this point
Suspect
is honestly is a sign of some type of I think of some type of disorder. Like, there's just simply no rational way you can make that argument. And I loathe Biden.
Yeah.
I loathe Biden.
He's one step away from just calling them the R slur. I was actually ready for it. He was going to, like, put his hands together. He was going to be, there's just no other way to put, they're just kind of retarded, you know? And in his, like, dad-like voice, you know? That's what he would say, not me.
I mean, I was, you know, I've got 15 years of professionally referring to him as the senator from, what is it? I can't even remember the name of the bank now, whatever it is. I do not like Joe Biden. I did not think that he would be the nominee. But the bottom line is, you know, just look at the CDC. Like, there is no, I mean, and I don't think there's any.
Okay, it's Sam Cedar, so he's probably going to talk for like 8 minutes. Hey, Memologies 101 is in chat. Nice. Check that out, boys. They came here to cry about my use of the term genocide in the stream title. So how about we talk about that, huh? Hold on. You find the article I was looking at earlier. Got to find the right article, you know? Can't just find any old article. There we go. Now, let me tell you, folks, when I'm reading up on the nature of developing fascism in America, I go to one news source and one news source only, and that's Yahoo.com. In all seriousness, though, there are a million articles about this online, and they all cover pretty much the exact same information. An ICE nurse, fuck you, Yahoo, revealed that a Georgia detention center is performing mass hysterectomies. On Monday, a nurse at a private immigration detention center in Georgia came forward about a range of dangerous medical practices at a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility. That's ICE. According to her, the center has not only ignored COVID-19 protocols, I could have guessed that one, but is actively performing mass hysterectomies on detained people. The whistleblower, Dawn Wooten, worked at the Irwin County Detention Center, which is operated by LaSalle Corrections, where she allegedly witnessed the company's refusal to test detainees for COVID-19, as well as spoke to several people who each had their uterus removed as part of an unwarranted hysterectomy procedure. According to the official complaint lodged with the Office of the Inspector General for the Department of Homeland Security, Wooten said the facility was performing hysterectomies on people who reported having heavy menstrual cycles or other more serious pain, but that everyone's uterus cannot possibly be that bad. Now, let's back up real quick and do some we're going to talk about history, okay? Real quick one, okay? So we have known for a while that the borders at the camps are concentration camps. Now, a lot of people freaked out about this. A lot of conservatives, they were like, oh, they're not like Auschwitz. You know, they're not just different. Well, the thing is, concentration camp actually, borders at the camps. All right, camps at the borders. Jeez, my God. Borders at the camps just rolls off the tongue, you know? Easy slip up. Whatever the case may be, concentration camp covers an incredibly wide range of potential facilities. We can look up the definition of concentration camp here. Real easy. See if this sounds familiar. A place where large numbers of people, check, especially political prisoners or members of persecuted minorities, check, are deliberately imprisoned, check, in a relatively small area, check, with inadequate facilities, check, sometimes to perform forced labor or to await mass execution. Sometimes. Don't believe this is generally the case. Not here. The term is most strongly associated with several hundred camps established by the Nazis in Germany and occupied Europe, so on and so forth. Now, not yet on the forced labor. Not yet on the forced labor. Now, here's a quick question for you guys, okay? In a time where we are experiencing a once-in-a-century pandemic that is ravaging people, particularly people with inadequate medical care, is refusing to treat your prisoners when they have been detained in an ICE facility really that different from holding them for death? It's funny because, you know, I've argued with a lot of Nazis. And, you know, the Nazi line is like, oh, there were camps, of course, people died at the camps. But they died of you know, the cold. They died of starvation. They died because the Allied powers bombed the trains, and it kept them from bringing food to all the poor Jewish people they were safely keeping in their, you know, comfortable swimming pool and orchestra hall-laden fun camps, you know? But even the worst version of their story, even the worst version of the story Nazis tell to explain away the Holocaust, is one in which Nazi doctors made every effort to prevent the prisoners from dying. So, if you now have a situation where, for no discernible reason, they are actively refusing to test for COVID-19 on these prisoners in our contemporary American camps, we are now engaging in behavior which is objectively worse than the worst version of the stories Nazis tell themselves and us to justify the Holocaust. And that's not even talking about the hysterectomies. The forced sterilization of people of color has been a long and proud tradition of the United States. You know, Hitler got his inspiration on for the Holocaust, for the final solution, from America. See, scientific racism, eugenics, these are, like everything else on Earth, American as apple pie, baby. We came up with all this shit, and we did it better than anybody else. All the way back from the beginning, when it came to the extermination of the Native Americans, all the way up to the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, we have had a long and proud tradition of normalizing using science and medicine as a tool to inflict suffering on people of different racial and ethnic communities. Now, we've known these camps at the border were concentration camps, okay? But never have I used the word genocide to describe the character of these camps, because genocide it's a big deal. It's a big word, 3 syllables. But forced hysterectomies, the forced sterilization of political prisoners who are disproportionately of a different ethnic demographic. Yeah. I think we're getting to around that time. I think we're getting there. We have been getting increasingly worrying signs from the ICE detention centers for a while now. Somebody linked this in chat, and I appreciate you reminding me. Remember how just about a month ago there was a big fuss about ICE using toxic chemicals to spray down their I struggle even to call them cells, their little, you know, inhabitation areas? Remember that? Here's evidence of forced labor as well. Is that true? This is an opinion piece. Why is Congress allowing private contractors to exploit detained immigrants? Well, that's a great question. There are more than 48,000 people being held in immigration detention. More than 2/3 of them are confined by private companies. God, can you... what an American welcome, by the way, to the United States. You get arrested by a fascist border patrol, and then you get thrown into a private immigration prison with no attempt, with no due process, and you just rot there while they rip your uteruses out and subject you to a spray from toxic chemicals and exploit your labor. What quintessentially American, honestly, better than Staten Island, I'll tell you that much, okay? Listen, if you're getting the all-American experience, all right, Staten Island is for fucking losers, okay? This is America, baby. You want the full ride, okay? Have a dark skin tone and come up here from the southern border, okay? Whew. One feature of privately run centers is the subject of 6 separate lawsuits which say that privately run immigration detention centers are coercing detainees into working for $1 a day and punishing those who don't. Interesting. We did that with the Jews as well. The lawsuits demand, amongst other things, that the practice stop and that detained workers be paid minimum wage. How wonderful. How nice. So we got the forced labor part right there. The toxic exposure of chemicals. I mean, we can go into this as well. Since May 11th, 2020, we have received reports multiple times per day from people in ICE detention in Adelanto regarding the negative and serious health consequences that they are suffering due to being exposed to hazardous chemicals being disseminated by the GEO group staff. These are just a few of the in-person reports. The disinfection spray the facility is using is hurting us. Everyone in our facility is having bloody noses, burning eyes, headaches, and our bones have been hurting. The spray they use is called HDQ Neutral. On the bottle, just delousing agent, by the way. On the bottle, it says it has irreversible eye damage and skin burns. Avoid breathing. Do not get in eyes or skin. Wear goggles and face shields. Wash thoroughly after using. The facility is not protecting us from the spray. Our beds are right next to the door handles, so when they spray it on the door handles, it gets into our rooms and we breathe the spray in. We have asked to be seen by the doctor, but they have not stopped using the spray. I started bleeding from my nose after being in contact with a strong chemical they're using. I am still bleeding more than 5 hours later. An official had entered the bathrooms in the morning and sprayed a very strong disinfectant. The spray is called HDQ Neutral. I was told about the spray's name by an employee. When I complained to supervisory staff, she told me it was not her problem but that of the cleaning and safety staff to take it up with them. The staff had placed advisories on the walls, but it did not mention any safety risks or wait a period of time before using the bathrooms. The guards have started spraying the chemicals everywhere. Yeah, you can coughing up blood, making everyone sick, really bad allergies. Yeah. And now we have the forced hysterectomies. You know, we're throwing it all in there. So what does this mean exactly? And people are linking right now innumerable accounts and evidence towards the terrible things we're doing to the people in these camps. But we're going to stop here, okay? If I wanted to, I could spend an entire stream, 4 consecutive hours, going over all of the things that are being done to these people. So let me tell you how this works. Okay? No, that would be a little bit morbid, don't you think? Let's focus on analysis over content. If you've ever taken a higher level English class, you know that that's what matters. It's analysis over content. Listen. What led to the Holocaust? You know, the saying is it could happen here, right? That's the saying everyone's been repeating for some 70 years now. Well, what happened exactly? Well, we had a persecuted minority who were kind of scapegoated with a bunch of problems that Germany was experiencing. They were simultaneously weak and degenerate, but also responsible for a great deal of suffering. And the economic anxieties of the German population were played upon to exacerbate the fear and hatred they felt towards these people, you know. The German citizens were told about the avaricious Jews who would not lend their gasoline, their rations to their neighbor in a time of need, who would stick out for each other but none other. And this reminds me a lot of what we say about undocumented immigrants, or what the Republicans say, at least. This persistent narrative that they're a cabal of militantly organized illegal aliens who don't give a fuck about our values, and at one hand are weak and pathetic and criminal, but on the other hand are single-handedly ripping from the hands of good old-fashioned Americans their jobs, their prosperity, their homes, their wealth, everything. So what you do is you start quietly, and you start stochastically. And violence against undocumented immigrants has obviously been disproportionate for a long time. You know, that didn't start with the Holocaust, but you ramp it up, and you know, eventually the government starts taking increasing measures, sort of levying out public opinion. You know, they don't extend past public opinion. Back in 1996, there wouldn't have been ICE detention centers all over the place. You know, you have to build to this. You have to have the fear from 9/11, the fear of the outsider, xenophobia built upon the first 8 years of the 21st millennium. You know, you need to ramp up the tension. And where we are today is, let's be perfectly honest with ourselves, a couple of steps from the edge of a cliff. Okay? Can we recognize that? We're really, really close there. Oh, 21st century, I'm sorry. I tried to sound cool and it backfired. We are, yeah, Warhammer 21K, you know, in the dark millennium of the future, there is only immigrant detention centers. We're in a pretty bad position. We're in a position now where we have sort of stochastically assigned culpability for the well-being of these people in large part to private organizations. It was smart of the government to have these people housed in private facilities for a number of reasons. For one, this spreads out the chain of command. It means that if you have a problem, a concern, an issue, a complaint, you have to take it up with different people, multiple people, different hierarchies, different chains of command. Different people are responsible in different areas. And it also means that you cannot singularly direct all criticism against the United States government. Which is useful for the Trump administration, because it means the Trump administration doesn't have to answer for anything that's happening right now. People think, and this is such a cold take, people think that big history, like the Holocaust, happens like you flip a switch and everyone's aware of it, and it was only through the moral failing of the people at that time that they weren't willing to respond to it. You know, like, oh, the Holocaust is happening. Well, the people of Germany are bad, so they don't do anything about it. But in reality, the United States of America has for a long time been uncomfortably close to rediscovering its roots, the roots that inspired Adolf Hitler. The United States of America has been very comfortable, as time has gone on, digging up those old tombstones. After World War II, we had a very strong performative denunciation of the not the neo-Nazis, the original Nazis, the Nazis. But before World War II, there were a lot of people who liked Nazis in America. There were rallies for a different political party in America, which is a little weird if you actually think about it. And then World War II happened, and well, the nation was united against a national enemy, and we had allies over in Europe to protect. But think of all those people in America who supported the Nazis before World War II. Do you think they changed their mind over the course of the war? Like when they were getting really ramped up about the glory of the Aryans and the supremacy of the white race and the degeneracy of the and the Jews. Do you think like World War II happened? They were like, oh, oh man, that was really stupid of me, guys. Shucks, well, I am a non-racist now. No, probably not. And a lot of Nazis or people who had previous affiliations with the Nazis just kind of got integrated into America, and we kind of let bygones be bygones because immediately after World War II ended, we ended up facing a threat that we could essentially put aside our differences with the Nazis over, you know? That's the problem. If you go immediately from fighting the Nazis and then jump right over to fighting the communists, the issue is the United States government is now suddenly in a position where it can get along with people who it was just fighting against, people whose ideas it had just fought against, because now they have a shared enemy. And of course, the Soviet Union was, let's be real here, a greater threat to the United States of America than Nazi Germany ever was, in a number of ways. In many, many ways. So their vigor was compounded upon in that respect. And we are returning to those times. And we're going to have to recognize now that the old war, the real war, the war between Nazism and socialism, is soon going to be the only meaningful one in this country. Liberals are becoming obsolete. Who is ideologically motivated by fucking Biden-Harris? People concede to Biden-Harris. People default to Biden-Harris. But I don't see Biden-Harris signs. I don't see Biden-Harris bumper stickers. I see people talk about how we need Biden-Harris as an alternative to Trump, and I get behind that argument, yeah. But people are, I think, generally speaking, moving towards the polls. And there are two polls, and we know those polls, And it is around those two poles that this channel has been arguing since its conception. And that is socialism and fascism. And that is where we are finding ourselves now. And right now, the fascists are winning. They have the government. Their population is more radicalized. It is a testament to the weakness of the left in this country that we are capable of legitimately engaging in the early stages of a genocide against undocumented immigrants. And what is being done about it exactly? We had a whistleblower come out with this. What's going to happen? Some lawsuits are going to take a couple of years to go through. In a just society, in a fair society where there was, let's not even say a fair society, let's say a society where socialists and fascists exist to equal measure in governance and in the population. If that was the case, we would have torn down those facilities already. All these ICE facilities would have been raided and torn down by citizens. They would have acted with the same vigor and self-righteousness as the Nazis did during the Night of Broken Glass, except they actually would have been acting out of legitimate and justified moral righteousness. But that is not happening, because we are weak, and because they are strong, right now, at least. And at this moment, in the 2020 election, there is very little we can do about this, except forestall the end of the fight in their favor. Which is why I would prefer Biden to win. Because there is a non-zero chance that things in this respect will get worse slower than they do under Trump. We are stalling. We are hurtling in the rapids over the waterfall, and we are desperately paddling backwards. We can't outrun the waterfall. We need a better solution. But in the meantime, it is certainly better than just making ourselves as aquadynamic as possible, as torpedoing off the edge of the waterfall and crashing against the rocks below. Vosh, something doesn't feel right about this fear. Fear is a rational response to the situation we are in right now. That is a valid feeling to feel. It's also a motivational response, I agree. This is not the first time this has happened in America, not by a long shot, and it's not going to be the last either. But I hope that this becomes one amongst the dozens of arguments we can use to explain why republicanism is at this point nothing more than a death cult, without even the facade of nationalistic capitalism to protect it. And that's all we can really do for right now. So, good luck to all those people, I guess. All right, go team. Nice positive start. Look, why are you linking me? What? What is this? ICE flew detainees to Virginia so the planes could transport agents to D.C. protests. That fueled an outbreak in a VA immigration jail that infected more than 300 inmates, one of whom died. Well, that sucks. I don't like it. What do you want? What do you want from me? So what is this? Somebody's saying that I was on Alex Jones the other night. So what is this? Like the pedophile clip? It's got to be that, right? There's no other context. In which Alex Jones would acknowledge my existence. Who said that? Somebody said that earlier in chat. Yo, Vosh, did you see that you were on Alex Jones' show yesterday? A clip of you was used in a promo/bump. I think it'd be interesting to see your reaction if you haven't seen it. I can link video and give you a timestamp if you need it. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't you have that prepared? Did you think I was not going to ask you? That doesn't seem correct, though. Why would I be used for a promo or a bump? What would I say that would end up getting, It's fake, isn't it? It's probably fake. Yeah, if it's a Rickroll, I'm banning all of you. 92 minutes in? Okay.
The United Nations was founded by social Darwinists to carry out the orderly dumbing down and extermination of humanity.
True.
Nudity of the 15-year-old male actor. And there are many more shows on Netflix that stream the liberal agenda aimed at crushing any morality remaining in America's future generations.
Should consuming child porn be legal? I think that would be, yes, more legal and more ethically consistent. Yes, 100%.
John Bound reporting.
There we go. That's the secret, baby. That's all you got to do to get big on the Alex Jones show. Not quite the same coverage Hassan got, but there you go. Liberal agenda. DeFeels. His name is Hassan Piker. Some chud on YouTube wants to debate you. Their name is Moses98. If anybody wants to, what the fuck is this? If anybody wants to debate, you can fucking add me on Hassan. Wait, did I just say Hassan? I was reading chat. You can add me on Discord. It's Vosh at 5559. Yeah, if you want to talk to me, just go through my go through my my partner manager Hassan. You know, my agent, my number 2 guy, number 2. So I call him Poo Poo Pike. All right. Is the light in the closet usually on? I'm freaking out, man. Oh no, here I'll comfort you. Hold on. There you go, guys. There you go. Much to your preference. Yes, now it's the void. Oh, yes, here's the D-Pack clip. Hold on.
Jessica Russell chiming in. Aralis says, David, can you reach out to Vaush for a debate/interview? Okay, I can look into that. Not super familiar. Name withheld says, can you shout out?
Yeah, that's pretty insubstantial, but there you go. Vaush. Why Vaush? It's AU. What? Who? Where in the English lexicon can you find me a word that is AU and it's pronounced ow? I don't know. Yeah, I think that means he's secretly a Nazi. You kept calling Caleb Maupin Maupin? Wait, did I? Wait, did I call Maupin Maupin? Is that true? Is it horseshoe theory? Are people just destined to call me Vaush if they aren't also socialists? Is that how it works? And I'm not a fascist, so I mispronounced his name? Is that how it is? Fuck. Okay. English is David's second language? Oh, is that true? I actually didn't know that. Huh. What was the name of the guy who wanted to debate? It was like Moses, right? There's somebody called Moses in Discord. Moses98? Is that how it is? Okay. What up? Why does leftist Twitter hate you so much? Because I read all theory and they're mad. They have a low reading comprehension. They can't fathom. They can't understand. They're like, if you just read Lenin, you'd realize participating in electoralism is always bad. It's not true. Got to read Lenin. And see, you haven't read Lenin, my friend. Is this the and more part of the stream? I have never in my life done a live stream where everything went the way it was supposed to, as advertised in the title of the stream. That has never happened. Any chance you could link some theory sources? Well, I've read all theories, so for me to link, I would just have to link you all theory. Yo, let me set up my mic. I want to debate you on free markets. Ugh. Is that what we want to do? We'll give it a shot. Okay, we'll try. Oh, I do actually have a debate that I have scheduled for 1 p.m. 1 p.m. PST, so in 1 hour and 17 minutes. This guy has been emailing me over and over and over again, telling me about how evil BLM is, so I'm really looking forward to that one. Gotta throw the bone out sometimes, you know? Vosh, bad. While we're waiting for that guy to set his mic up, hold on. Table Knife and Thaldo and Thano, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 subs. Much appreciated. Dracoris Felving, Godspeed and good luck. Okay, this person's ready. Let's do it. Stugan with tier 1 sub, thank you.
Hey man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, hit me up. What's up?
Yeah, man, I've got a question for you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you think communist markets and controlled markets are more efficient than free markets?
I don't think I've ever advocated for a planned market on my stream.
Then what sort of markets are you in favor for?
Well, I generally advocate for market socialism as an immediate transitionary step away from laissez-faire capitalism. And then after that, we can talk about the selective decommodification of industries, and then eventually maybe work towards some sort of decentralized planned economy. But I like to take it one step at a time, you know?
All right, so your final solution, if that's the appropriate term, is a planned economy then?
Yeah, a decentralized planned economy with maybe some limited market elements seems like it could be a pretty good idea, yeah?
So you always like, I've watched a bit of your stream, right? I don't know like heaps about you. I know you're like a massive commie, but I know you're going to reject that saying, no, I'm an anarchist or something.
Nah, I don't care.
But you always talk about, oh, there's not enough evidence for this, not enough evidence for that. But when you look into reality and into the past, you can see that market societies have always been more wealthier than planned and government-controlled economies. Like, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, but the same argument could have been made of democracies 400 years ago. So sometimes, this is what Marx wrote on, he's a cool guy. What he wrote on is the idea that the material conditions of society dictate the viability of certain ideas and concepts. So society has to progress to a point where it's possible for us to invoke certain ideas. That's why I advocate for market socialism as an immediate step. I think that right now, if we decommodified our entire economy, it would only end up isolating us from the rest of the world. Even if we were able to do it hyper efficiently, like hypothetically, you know, we would still be locked out of the world market because we would be part of a different trading bloc, which would mean prices would rise domestically and other people would take advantage of that. It'd be a bad show, you know? So you take the first step forward, market socialism, workers seize the means of production, then you see what you can do from there.
Yeah, well, your first point was 400 years ago, you said like democracy's never been like, hasn't had any evidence. But 400 years ago, there were previous cases of democracy succeeding, like in ancient Rome and ancient Greece. So that argument is like totally false. Well,
no, that wasn't really democracy the way we have it today. The idea of universal suffrage was not so Rome wasn't a democracy. Most Grecian city-states weren't democracies, and even the ones that were sort of proto-democracies were still pretty highly hierarchical, and usually had like council or like very, very, very hierarchical representative democracies. The idea of democracy, the way it was like invoked in the Enlightenment and stuff, like the way the idea was sort of I guess, championed, that was like super duper big no-no, you know? A lot. And people, by the way, people shit talked it back then too. They were like, only through the divine right of kings can the peasantry be kept under line. Like there was a big argument for 100 years back then, you know?
Well, it still worked better, like, you know, back then. Democracy, like the richest societies in antiquity were democracies, like like semi-democracies. Like only the richest could vote, obviously.
No, they
but
weren't.
They were like, okay, you're gonna say, wait, are you saying Mali and stuff were the richest? Is that your opinion?
No, the Roman Empire, the Chinese Empire, the Mali. We're talking about scant Greek city-states. None of the pseudo-democratic city-states even came close to the wealth and power of the empires that were non-democratic at that time.
Yeah, okay. So, like per capita, I'm pretty sure they were. But anyway,
Wait, I don't know. Well, first, wait. Okay, first of all, I don't know how you would get that data. We didn't have like GDP markings back then. Second of all, I don't even know if that's true. Third of all, I don't know if I'd compare the wealth of an empire to the wealth of a single city-state. And fourth of all, like, no, your idea that like limited representative democracy beget greater wealth and prosperity for the Grecian city-states is just not demonstrable at all. Like, there were other... I mean, the Persian Empire outlawed slavery, and it wasn't democratic, whereas the Grecian city-states often practiced it. So, like, where... The lines of freedom here are incredibly vague and, you know, historically contextual.
Yeah, I get that, right. But, like, I'm not saying democracy is perfect, right? Like, democracy has a lot of problems. Like, honestly, that's why I'm in favor of limiting government, because I don't want, like, everyone's telling me what to do or fucking one person telling me what to do. Like, I like to, you know, choose what I want to do, not like a mob rule.
Wouldn't a democracy make it easier for you to choose what to do? Like, if it was a non-democracy, it's not like you would be like a Randian Superman free of foreign influence. You would probably just be a serf or a slave.
Well, I mean, like, it's good, like, what it's done so far, right? It's better than, like, total monarchy, even though, like, in some ways I'm in favor of monarchy, like the modern version of monarchy, but,
What is the modern version of monarchy?
Like, constitutional monarchy. That, the current system a country has.
You want to be free, but you also want all your laws to be dictated by a person whose only qualification is their bloodline?
No, all they really do is do royal assent. That's what constitutional monarchy is.
Then who passes the laws?
Well, I'm not saying it's the most ideal, but Parliament does.
But who elects the parliamentary candidates?
Well, the people. But I'm saying, like, I'm not saying it is the best system, but I'm saying that's the current system we have. But I think limiting government so that democracy has the least power possible is the best solution.
But then in that case, how does the monarchy even check the democracy? Because you just described the democracy with like a fancy figurehead. Because it's now the Queen in England doesn't do shit. Like, she's a figurehead, but if the Queen ever tried to like double check the Parliament, like like she would be out in her ass. Like, the government's being run now properly. She's just a, you know, token.
In my country, it is a token. The real, like, version of the Queen would be the Governor General, which represents the Queen, and that gives royal assent. But yeah, I mean, it's like it's an extra step, I guess, because it's like the Governor General, or like, which is basically the Queen's representative, is like sort of like a pseudo president that has to give like sign off. It's kind of interesting. I'm not sure like how much you know about it.
So you would just prefer a democracy, but with an additional, largely vestigial, symbolic position that doesn't change much in the way of the system?
As limited as possible, but I just think that government should be limited. So,
but you want a monarchy?
Well, yeah, I think it's in Australia, in the current political climate. Yes, I'm a monarchist.
How? You recognize there's an incompatibility between these two positions, right?
There's absolutely no incompatibility.
So you don't think being anti-government intervention but pro-monarchy isn't a...
No issue at all. It's perfect.
Okay. Are you Are you pulling my leg here?
No, like it works great, man. Like fucking, I'm loving it.
You're pulling my leg here, aren't you?
I'm not like we're fucking. What do you mean? Like I'm
You're
loving
pulling
it,
my
bro.
leg here.
What do you think I'm fucking around? Like what am I saying that's inconsistent?
I love you, buddy. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I'm being serious. I'm a like in Australian context, I'm a monarchist.
All right. Well, everything's upside down over there anyway, so it makes sense. Okay.
Well, one last thing.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no. Can I ask you another question?
Sure, hit me up.
Why do you think that your communism will be any different from the previous versions of communism?
Serious. I still can't tell if you're trolling, so I don't know if I actually want to put effort into an answer for that question.
I'm not trolling, man. Like I'm being serious, man. I'm just a monarchist. Like I don't. Yeah.
Do you know what communism means?
Seizing the means of production.
Well, it's not just that, right? Because you could do that with market socialism as well.
How?
Well, with market socialism, you seize the means of production, but you maintain the commodity form.
Can you explain that, man? You're using like a lot of fancy words that aren't needed.
Yeah, essentially, workers are in control of their own workplaces, but you still maintain like a market economy.
Oh yeah, I saw you mention that before. I hate fucking market democratization.
Yeah, right. I imagine so. You would prefer a market monarchization, right? Where there's a little bloodline that leads every company, but also there's like a separate board of directors that's voted on by all the people who work there.
I mean, like, just think about it. Like, if a company is like works so well when the people get a choice, you know, people are free to start worker co-ops or whatever they're called, but they just don't like succeed because they don't work. They're not efficient.
Well, I mean, the data that I've seen indicates they're pretty uniformly more efficient than comparably sized, traditionally run firms. But yeah, anyway, the argument that I was going to make is that the communism that you are probably sort of indirectly referring to wasn't really communism. They were vain attempts at achieving socialism with an incomplete set of pre-existing material conditions, and that the proper way of achieving this is to first ensure the rule of the worker, and then after that you can take steps towards addressing these issues.
Then why? I'm just still asking you a question. Why would yours be different?
It's hard to answer that when you don't know what I'm talking about. So it would be like you're a bunch of people have died climbing Mount Everest, and now somebody new is going to try, and you're asking them like what's different, but you don't know anything about the route or like the equipment. So you're just sort of asking to obfuscate the general attempt to move up. Like, what components of communism do you think were imperfectly achieved that I could potentially do better?
Personally, or is that a question?
Yeah, like what do you think could have been done better?
Well, right off the start, you know, it was bound to fail no matter what. If the government controls the means of production, I think it's just doomed to fail.
Well, the government wouldn't control the means of production; the workers would.
Yeah, which means the government, because eventually government will be. Government is needed for the transition, and it'll never give up power.
What is government?
The people, I guess. Giving the government power.
Oh, well then, isn't it good that the government doesn't give up power if the government is the people?
Well,
I want the people to have power.
It doesn't end like that because fucking people just let it get out of control.
We'll let what get out of control?
Fucking the government.
But the government's the people.
Yeah, but like in reality, that doesn't end up happening.
Wait, so what is the government?
A tyrannical, like, thing that forces its will on people.
So it's not the people, it's a tyrannical thing that hurts people.
Yeah, it's a tyrannical organization that seeps income. Like, what you look at corporations, what communists say is, oh, your boss is taking, you know, fucking 20% of your excess labor or whatever terminology they use and just take it for themselves. But the government does the same thing. Why are you happy with that?
Are you asking me why surplus labor and taxes are different?
I mean, I understand how they're different, and I think taxation is theft, and surplus labor is a profit because the boss takes a risk.
I see. What is the boss?
The owner, I guess, the one that creates the job, puts investment up, gives you opportunity to work.
What do they own?
They own the business.
Okay. What is the business?
And organization that. Okay, I see where you're going, but I'll go with it. The organization that owns all the production facilities that makes money.
Oh, I see. Isn't that what the government does? They just do that, and they raise taxes, and that's how they make money.
Well, how does the government, in its current form, own all the means of production? They own some, but not all.
I don't know, through the people, which is what the government is.
Yeah, I mean, you're fucking good at twisting words and shit.
I love you, buddy. I hope you know that. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Goodbye. All right. That was good. I had fun. All right. All right. Get it together, guys. All right, PragerU, let's go. Oh, God. Now that was a debate. Okay. Normally, I would never do 2 PragerU segments in a row, but I saw that I haven't paid attention to them in a while, and I saw this. It's time to grow up. Okay? It's time to grow up. And that's what we need right now. Okay? We need to focus. We need to mature. Okay? And there is nothing more equipped to provide us that stimulus and growth than Prager University. Nothing. All right, keep it together. Oh, by the way, I checked. I didn't watch the video, of course. I never watch videos before I watch them with you, unless I say so. But I did take a look at the comment section, and I saw the weirdest thing. Look, it's right near the top. Is it still there? Yeah, here we go. Look. Everyone wants to believe they're chosen, but if we all waited around for a prophecy to make us special, we'd die waiting, and that's why you need to choose yourself. Ida Clawthorne, The Owl House. And this is funny to me for 2 reasons. First of all, quoting a children's cartoon in the comment section underneath a video telling people to grow up is very funny. Second of all, the idea of a PragerU fan quoting The Owl House is fucking hilarious because The Owl House is aggressively gay. It is aggressively homosexual. And it's just really weird. I just want to know, hold on. Spoilers, by the way. Turn away if you care. The finale of the first season was the protagonist in a tuxedo and a tutu dancing with a girl to defeat a monster. Like that. So I'm wondering what the demographic is where they're watching The Owl House, but then they're getting their advice from Prager University, you know? I genuinely don't know. But whatever the case may be, all right, hit me up. Prager University.
We all know it takes a long time to grow up, not only biologically, but psychologically. There's a saying among psychiatrists that it takes 50 years to overcome the first 20.
What?
Here's the good news. Unlike other species, we are not restrained by our instincts alone.
What?
We are able to learn from our parents.
Wait, you can train other animals. Okay, hold on. Where are we going?
Parents, our experiences, and our culture.
Okay.
Here's the bad news.
Uh-oh.
Nobody matures without effort. It doesn't happen naturally. It takes a lot of hard work. But what does it mean to be mature? Good question.
Okay, I thought it was just the one time. Nobody does that accidentally, okay? Why is he saying it like that? Nobody does that accidentally. If you want to pronounce the T, you can go mature. Mature, you know? Rather than mature, but mature? Okay, all right, okay. This is the last I'll say of it.
Question. So let's answer it. I have identified 5 characteristics of maturity. If you work to possess them all, you will have a happier, deeper, and more productive life.
Okay.
1. Taking control.
All right.
Of course, you had no choice what era you were born in, or where you were born, or who your parents are. But with each year of childhood, you attain more and more capacity to chart your own course. Yes, society and fate play a role, but cultivating your ability and willingness to...
All right, I see where we're going with this one, okay? Take control. Is there anything inherently wrong with exercising agency over your own life and expressing your individual will? Absolutely not. However, this plays in pretty hard to the bootstraps myth. Hold on, what's this guy's name? I just gotta know. Hold on. What's this guy?
Not only biological.
Give me the name.
It takes a long time to grow up. Not only biologically, but a lot of...
Stephen Marmer. Let's do it. This guy? This guy has 9 reviews on Health Grade. Rated 1.9. Wait, can I see the reviews on this guy? Dr. Marmer treated our son for bipolar disorder, but did very little to evaluate him and even nodded off twice during the sessions. Marmer did not listen when we shared the treatment was not improving our son and assured me that he was a little bit better each visit. Thankfully, we were able to get a new psychiatrist. What I learned is family and friends seeking assistance. Dr. Marmer provides 0 evaluations and allows unqualified, incompetent persons to manage his client's care. It's taken me 2 years to write this review because the experience was so devastating. Holy shit! What the fuck? Jesus Christ. My son was a PT for 8 years suffering with depression. In the last video, he was very depressed through all his faults, basically threw his hands in the air and blamed my son for his problems. Oh, interesting. A guy who goes on PragerU to talk about the importance of taking control will tell patients that they're at fault for their own problems. My son walked out. Doctor told me he would call me with suggestions for inpatient treatment. We never heard from him again. In the last 2 years, we found meds and support. Nice. Well, I'm glad that worked well. Dr. Marmer is quite possibly the wisest, most empathetic person I've ever met. His capacity for understanding another person's internal world is unparalleled. Dr. Marmer has transformed many lives, including my own. I consider it a privilege to have crossed paths with him. Interesting. I noticed this one doesn't actually mention a specific treatment. Same with this one. I don't know. I can't evaluate from these reviews much of anything. February 2nd, January 23rd, March 21st, 2019. These could all be fake reviews, but I don't know, dude. It's a little weird. Whew. Okay. Read his bio. Wait, does his bio say something funny? About me. This shit-ass website's not letting me click the About Me. Fucking doctors.
Of hard work. But what does it mean to be mature? Good question. So let's answer it. I have identified 5 characteristics of maturity. Own decisions expands your ability to influence how your life unfolds. The only way to achieve maturity is to take charge of your life. Nothing empowers you as much as exercising that control.
Okay.
Refusing to act, waiting to be rescued, and seeing yourself as a victim are sure signs of immaturity.
Yeah, again, this is exactly what I mean. This is how you abuse psychiatric advice to push a political agenda. Listen to this.
control. Refusing to act.
Refusing to act. I don't know. That's very, very vague.
Waiting to be rescued and seeing yourself as a victim.
Look at this. Seeing yourself as a victim, literally like a guy with a justice sign. So it's a sign of immaturity to be a civil rights protester. That's literally what he's saying here. Literally, it's a sign of a guy saying, justice, this means you're immature. Literally, like, oh, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., you know, he could have bootstrapped him. So what are you talking about? You think you're a victim? What? The problem is, and this is always the logic of these people, it never accounts for the possibility that you actually are a victim. Mind you, conservatives will cry. They will sob over everything. The war on Christmas. Conservatives, they're taken away. I got told happy holidays at a Target while I was buying my fucking underwear. They'll cry about anything. The war on white people. They're trying to open up a homeless shelter 8 miles away from my suburb. They'll cry about everything. But then, hey, dude, you're pretty immature if you see yourself as a victim, to be honest. They'll never apply this logic to themselves, by the way. You will never find a PragerU fan go up to somebody complaining about how BLM hates white people and tell them they're being immature. You will never find them do that. Ever. They will never do it. Ever. It's a one-way political hit. And none of this, by the way, is good psychiatric advice. And by the way, I'll go even harder. I think that doing shit like this should get you disbarred. If you're a fucking psychiatrist and you're twisting the meaning of psychiatric advice to try and fit a far-right agenda to try to delegitimize the legitimacy of civil rights protests or of like activism as a concept. Funny that things make you immature include not doing anything and protesting. I think that this should get very very heavily scrutinized. I think by whatever organization licensed him.
Are sure signs of immaturity. 2. Taking responsibility.
Yeah, we're gonna do it again.
I mean this in 2 ways. The first way is simply to acknowledge that you're responsible for what you do.
Okay.
If you make a mistake, acknowledge it.
Okay.
Don't alibi and don't blame others.
Okay.
This is an easy thing to say, but we all know it's very hard to do. A mature person does it. A mature person takes responsibility. Second is the willingness to take on obligations and fulfill them.
Okay.
For example, I got married and took on obligations to my wife and children.
Okay.
I have ethical obligations to my patients and my profession.
Which you no doubt adhere to with frightening consistency.
Even on days that I might not feel like it. A mature person doesn't see obligations as burdens, but as something he willingly accepts and sees through to fulfillment.
See, that's the key there. Willingly accepts. I'd be willing to bet a lot of the things people call burdens are not things they willingly accepted. A lot of the stuff people complain about are not, sacrifices they have taken upon themselves consensually, but are rather things that life has hoisted upon them.
3. Containing emotions.
Oh boy.
I would never suggest that you should ignore your emotions, but you have to learn to contain them.
By the way, listen, okay, I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist. I feel like if I was ever told this by a therapist, you need to learn to contain your emotions, I feel like I immediately know I'm talking. The actual psychologist has been murdered, and this person is wearing their skin, and I am going to die next. Now, there's a difference between control your emotions and contain your emotions.
3. Containing emotions.
Controlling emotions is a good thing. That's good. Control them. You should control. Self-control. Nice. Containing emotions sounds like bottling it up, which is, I'm sure, by the way, I've done some math on this, pretty much the #1 reason why men kill themselves. I'm a med student. What he just said is fucking insane for a psychiatrist to say. Yeah, I could never imagine a psychiatrist ever fucking saying this. I mean, we're on PragerU, so this guy clearly doesn't give a shit about any of his ethical obligations.
I would never suggest that you should ignore your emotions, but you have to learn to contain them.
What does that mean?
Immature people lash out at their boss or their coworker if
Ah,
something...
there we go. The first one we get thrown. Immature people lash out at their boss. What the fuck does that have to do with containing emotions? Like, think of all of the examples that you could have conceivably evoked for containing emotions, and the first one you come up with is, hey, don't talk shit at your bosses. What an interesting... Wow, I would have thought about, like, talking back at your parents or, like, a relationship or something, but no, it's specifically the boss is the first one we get.
Doesn't go their way, or argue with their spouse when they come home, or turn to alcohol or drugs because of a rough day.
Wait, people use alcohol and drugs to help contain their feelings. Wait, what? How are we on the contain your feelings section? People literally use these substances to suppress their emotions. Wait, what? People getting addicted to substances is them not containing their emotions? What are we on about right now?
I often tell my patients that maturity can be measured by how much anxiety they can tolerate without acting out inappropriately.
Holy shit! No, I take it back. This guy absolutely should have his license revoked. Are you fucking kidding me? Gee, are you fucking kidding me? Is this for real? Is this happening right now? How much anxiety you can tolerate without acting out inappropriately? First of all, I don't think you would ever use the term inappropriately in this context. Second of all, how much you can tolerate? What are we talking about? So people with clinical anxiety are just fundamentally less mature? So people who take extra steps during their day to try to lessen their levels of anxiety because they can't tolerate as much, that's a sign of immaturity? So people who go out of their way to lessen the stress in their life because they know they're not very good at handling stress, that means immaturity. That's an immature type of behavior. No fucking wonder this guy got 1.9 stars, dude. Holy shit. I'm a nursing student. This guy is far, far, far out of line. I would refuse to work for him or refer patients to him. Yeah, this is insane. I didn't think... I watched this. I assumed it would just be some stupid Jordan Peterson light advice, but this is like genuinely grounds for license revocation. And in any just world, by the way.
Appropriately against themselves or others. Mature people express their emotions in the right place, at the right time, in the right way.
Okay, but that's not necessarily wrong. No, thank you, 21st Century Socialist. I'm rambling on my own. That's not necessarily incorrect. The problem is, what are the right places, times, and ways? And this is controlling your emotions, not containing them. Again, controlling your emotions are great. If you are feeling one way or the other, I think it is a sign of maturity to be able to manage your behavior. Listen, folks, this is important, okay? You can't control how you feel, for the most part. I mean, you can do, like, cognitive behavioral therapy. There's shit you can do, but for the most part, you feel what you feel. You can control how you act. Simple as that. You always have control over your act. You very rarely have control over how you feel. So don't worry about your feelings. Worry about what you can do with them. Yes, CBT. It's real, cognitive behavioral therapy. It's pretty cool. Danny Fallen, Vosh, I'm a behavioral psychologist. This line of thinking is way too terribly common amongst many older psychiatrists. It's actually kind of fucking weird. I've worked with far too many of them in the field. Yeah, dude, I've noticed that there are a lot of, because I've heard other people say this, there are a lot of people in the medical industry, a lot of, like, old people, not just psychiatry, but also, like, traditional medicine. Not traditional medicine, like, acupuncture. I mean, you know what I mean. Regular doctors, yeah. And they're fucking terrible. Because they were all educated back in the fucking 1960s, where they were all told that a slap on the ass is like a morphine shot, and that black people have higher pain tolerance, so they don't need as many painkillers. You know, they were given like really bad education back during an era where there were not the same standards for professional care, and a lot of that carries over. How is cock and ball torture a good coping strategy? Listen, we'll get into that in another segment.
We are emotional beings, but we should never let go of the steering wheel. That is, we need to learn how...
Okay, but you know what they call that? They call that controlling the steering wheel, not containing the steering wheel. Notice that? Notice that important difference there? Nobody says you contain the steering wheel with your hands. You control it.
And when to contain our emotions. 4, having perspective. An immature teenager will regard a pimple as a catastrophic eruption of Mount Vesuvius, or will regard rejection by a girlfriend or boyfriend as the end of the world.
Hey, we got it. Girlfriend or boyfriend. Oh, wait, I guess it's gender neutral in the narration, so it's not gay. Okay, never mind.
Maturity comes from putting disappointments into perspective. The reason we forgive a teenager's overreaction is because we understand it's probably the first time it's happened. But life's disappointments don't stop when you turn 21.
That is true. I kind of agree with this. Being able to contextualize things that are upsetting you is really important. Here's a really interesting thing that I learned. Are you ready for it? Okay. So, have you guys ever noticed this? Have you ever noticed that, like, have you ever been in a car accident, like a really bad car accident, and after you get out and you're okay, and nobody's hurt, you feel a sense of calm, or like a sense of like dutiful responsibility to fulfill what you need to do? Maybe with another severe thing, like a really bad thing that happened to you, like something kicked in and there was a coping mechanism that worked for you. Whereas, if you're having a bowl of spaghetti and you trip and you spill spaghetti all over the floor and carpet, this is a life-ending emergency. You trip and you spill the spaghetti and you look down and you reach for the knife and you slit your wrists. Okay? What's interesting is the human body has copium fail-safes in our thyroid gland that kick in severe tragedy. We have like a little node for it, you know? In cases of severe tragedy, if something really bad happens, it kicks in. If somebody passes away, if there's a great injury or damage to your property or any of this stuff, there is often the potential for copium activation, which is good, which is important. Stress, when it comes to, here's a good example. Ever bombed a test in college or in school, and the moment you bomb it, you instantly accept it, and you just feel kind of down, but you just no longer, you don't process all the consequences it's going to have later on? That right there. Notice how the moment you get the bad grade back, you actually feel better than you did when you were waiting to get the grade back? That's that shit kicking in. That's the copium kicking in. It's a real, genuine defense mechanism that your body invokes in times of great stress or crisis. So that's the reason why sometimes big things you handle a little better than relatively little things. You know, you can obsess over tiny little issues about your appearance or like a little inconvenience or about something you have to clean. But bigger stuff you can handle a little bit better. Anyway, it's important to keep that in mind.
Far from it. Disappointments of every variety, great and small, happen throughout life. The mature person learns from them and gets stronger each time he recovers.
I mean, trauma is a thing? I don't think... No, that's not true. In fact, this narrative reinforces the idea that if you are traumatized by an event or you feel bad after it, or if there are long-lasting consequences to a bad thing happening to you, it's a sign of immaturity and weakness on your part. Whereas trauma is a perfectly valid's not the right word, perfectly expected reaction to some bad things happening.
This kind of mature thinking is best expressed in the famous advice given to King Solomon.
What?
This too shall pass. Perspective also means that when we are upset with someone dear to us, we have to put that negative experience in the context of the entire relationship. Immature people demonize a friend or a relative they are upset with and forget or ignore all the love and good experiences they once had.
I guess this is true, yeah. It's important to maintain some context in relationships. Some people do get super fucking freaked out about, like, petty stuff. This has the potential to be valid advice without it being, like, abuse apologism.
Mature people see the whole picture, not only the good and not only the bad. 5. Achieving deep understanding. This takes the concept of empathy to a higher level.
It's used here to excuse abuse, though. I mean, it could be, yeah. Like, this guy seems like the kind of dumb fuck you could, like, come in and say you're being battered by your wife or husband or something, and he'd be like, well, I can't help but notice they still provide for you, you know?
Beyond tuning into another's feelings, this is about comprehending the ways in which another's ideas and behaviors make sense to them. You don't have to agree with that person, but you need to be able to get inside their thinking. You need to understand why they believe what they believe.
It's funny they say this because I have never talked to a conservative who had any fucking idea what I believe. Like, I can cogently express the beliefs of my political opponents pretty easily because they're not that hard. You know, it's pretty simple. Have you ever talked to a conservative who accurately described your beliefs or the beliefs of, like, the Democratic Party ever once? Has that ever happened? I have never had that happen. Not even fucking close. They always start with some insane shit right off the bat, like some wild fucking, I mean, QAnon is like a growing thing. Like, these people, they're absolutely living in a different reality.
A good way to do this is to repeat what a person has said back to them. Is this what you meant?
That is true.
If they say yes it is, then you know, and they know, that you've reached a deeper understanding.
That is true, by the way. That's actually the only good advice I've seen so far. Yeah, that is true. Yes, that is true. You should do that for debates, too. You want to make sure you're attacking the best possible version of your opponent's arguments. So you want to ask them clarifying questions. Some people recognize their beliefs are incoherent dog shit, so they actually get upset if you ask them clarifying questions. That happens a lot when I debate people, especially prominent members of the skeptic community, funnily enough. It's a sneaky debate tactic where you ask them what they actually believe, rather than just letting them go off with a bunch of vague half statements. Yeah, it's a good tactic.
This kind of understanding, by the way, is indispensable to achieving true intimacy. It explains why the mature person is able to have more intimate relationships than the immature person ever will.
I agree. You should be able to understand your partner to be intimate with them. Yeah.
Taking control, taking responsibility, containing your emotions, having perspective, achieving deep understanding. These are 5 characteristics of maturity. Together, they can lead you to a deeper and happier life.
We done?
I'm Dr.
Shut up.
Free.
That was stupid as shit. Holy fuck. This guy, I feel bad for whatever poor saps ended up spending their hard-earned money on getting care from this guy. Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't say don't be vulgar. Yeah. A good sign of maturity is also you don't ever say cuss words. Also, mature people are Christians. Like, I don't know. Just throw them all in there, right? A mature person will ignore the way this guy is pronouncing mature. Ha! Got me there. I'm getting Jordan Peterson vibes. Oh, God. Oh, my God. There are so many mediocre young men online who never connected with their fathers who are desperately reaching out for a new one. Holy shit. I can't. They do it. They do it with Elon Musk, too. They do it with all these fucking people. Oh, God. I'm getting Jordan Peterson vibes because a stern man in his 50s or 60s with a suit looked at me and told me how I should live my life. These people are so weak. How can you simultaneously believe that it's important to be able to exercise autonomy over your own life and control it on your own, but then also just like hardcore simp Just get on your fucking knees and throat every authority figure who tells you how to live. It's so weak. It's weak. Are you sure they didn't mean that in a bad way? I'm relatively sure that the 1.7 thousand liked YouTube comment underneath a PragerU video was not speaking ill of Jordan Peterson. I'm reasonably confident they weren't. Yeah, it's time to talk about the fatherlessness epidemic in conservative households. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Yeah, mature person doesn't get addicted to benzo. True. That's not true, by the way. Addiction is serious. It's not true. Anyway, I'm going to read some donations real quick. In 30 minutes, we have that debate. That's the only thing I have scheduled, like, at a specific time. 1 second. You know what really sucks? I really wanted to do a segment on that California law that all the people are saying is legalizing pedophilia, but given the fact that all the conservatives online already call me pedophile, I feel like the message wouldn't get out to the people who need to hear it. You know what I mean? Socialist MMA believes in QAnon. That can't be true. Got you, Moses. I love you, buddy. I hope you know that. What law? It's so shitty how they're mischaracterizing that law. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, the law was the Discord link is expired. Yeah, we're cutting it temporarily to prevent any brigades. El Michi, I did recently. There was a video on that. Anyway, what was I saying? Trump just gave Netanyahu the keys to the White House. Holy shit, Nazis malding, dude. Holy fuck. If I ever... Oh, dude, you know what would be great? If Nick Fuentes ever nuts up and just has a conversation with me, just like here on my channel, it would be so funny to do reverse Trump or like the opposite of Bernie or bust, where I'm like, hey, dude, wow, you're really going to cast your vote for a Jew-loving, Israel-defending Goyim like Trump? Wow, you're super fucking cuck, dude. You're really gonna throw your vote behind them or something like that? You know what I mean? It's like the whole wraparound. The fascist gave the keys to the White House to another fascist, though. Well, yeah, of course. Netanyahu's a huge piece of shit. Guys, I don't care about Destiny. It's irrelevant. Oh, the law? Oh, yeah, so basically the way it was... Okay, I could be misremembering here, but the, Blair White flat out lied about the law in a video recently. Oh, man, did Blair White do a video? Oh, well, hold on. Oh, no. All right. Blair White's movie Cuties is worse than we thought. Yeah, everyone's talking about Cuties. Hold on. Exposing the faces of the MAP community. This is bad. Why I'm leaving Los Angeles. The truth about Trump. And I don't see anything here about the California law. Blair White's just been doing this whole like anti-predator arc that just so happens to coincide with hating trans people and promoting conservative politics. Did I see Shu's video? Not yet, no. I want to. I haven't even seen ContraPoint's video, by the way. I've been so busy. When are you going to debate Nick videos? Probably sometime in the near future. Yeah, MAP is minor attracted person. It just means pedophile. Anyone who calls themselves a MAP, by the way, is a double pedophile because they're trying to use a normalizing term for it, okay? Because MAP sounds like fairly ineffectual, you know, like not threatening. So if you're calling yourself a MAP, what's a MAP? Minor attracted person. Like, I'll tell you this much, okay? If I had somebody on call and they were like, I'm a pedophile, and I want to debate you on X or Y, I would respect that person far more than someone who said, yeah, I'm a MAP, because they're like trying to fucking downplay it, you know? They're like trying to, they're like, oh no, I'm not a pedophile. I'm a map. I'm a minor attracted person. You know, just like a minor attracted person, like a sexuality. It's like being gay. It's like what? It's the extra step to like normalize it as like a thing. You know. But wait. Wait, how is this getting clipped? Wait, guys, holy shit. Wait, if we talk about... don't make me nuke people who say clip. Holy shit. You people are annoying as shit. Jesus Christ. Anyway, there are plenty of people online who, who do the anti-map shit. There are a bunch of trolls on Twitter. You can actually see it. They have like a flag and shit, and they'll be like, oh, I remember this one. It was like, what's the kid? What's the kid from the, that cartoon? Chowder? It was like, Chowder says map rights, and then the voice actor for Chowder responded and said, fuck you, or something like that. And it was really funny. Or Gumball, not Chowder, sorry. Chowder's the before. Chowder's the before. Gumball, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Steven Crowder. It was a picture of Steven Crowder in front of the map flag. There you go. That's Steven Crowder says pedo rights. Anyway, I keep getting distracted. So the California law was Steven Crowder did the voice for Arthur. Wow, dude, that's the first I'm hearing of it. He also did Pinky in the Brain. Okay, wait, hold on. Just so you guys know, in case people bring this up to you in the future, okay? This isn't long enough to make a segment on, okay? But we can talk about it right now, okay? All right. So the California thing. There are a bunch of conservatives saying that California has legalized pedophilia. Obviously, that's not what happened, because if that is what would happen, then it wouldn't just be conservatives talking about it. What actually happened is that, how do I phrase this exactly? So there are several types of sexual assault that you can engage in with a minor, and they're charged differently for sodomy, oral, and vaginal sexual assault. And the way the law was that if it was oral or sodomy, it was automatically charged with like a given crime. Whereas if it was vaginal, there was legal ambiguity. You could argue it. It wasn't an automatic thing. It was like you could banthy it, you know, you could argue, the judge had discretion. And the reason for that was because when people made this law, they thought the natural way to rape a child was vaginally, and that only faggots would do it any other way. So this law was like long running a product of the idea that like gay pedophiles should be treated worse. So all California did was made it so that all of the punishments were the same in line, you know, that it wasn't like a weird, that there wasn't like a discrepancy or like an inconsistency. This is the Blair White California law video. Wait, I didn't see it. How long ago was this? Guest Blair White. Oh, this is 30 minutes of a podcast segment. Yeah, it's just legal consistency, essentially. Dylan Burns did a segment, but which way do they equalize it? Now there's, I think there's judicial, what's the term? Judicial, discretion. Thank you. There's judicial discretion for all of them. Your chat delay is so short. Yeah, White Nervosa worked really hard in getting it down. It's like 3 seconds or 2.5 seconds normally, which is really, really awesome. Back when this site started, it was a lot longer. I remember that it used to be like a solid 6 to 8 seconds, I think. But between that, YouTube chat's always been a little bit longer. But anyway, yeah, it's awesome. Did a quick sketchy. All right, I'll check that out. You're right. I should do Thanos. Hold on. How you doing, my guy? I'm tired. Oh, fuck! I was gonna tell you guys. Hold on. Wait. Quick story time. Okay? Hold up. We have a new fucking obstacle. Okay? We have a new obstacle to me getting good sleep. Okay? Okay, listen. You're gonna learn. Okay, listen, okay? Watch this. Okay. How do I... Look, okay. Can you see what we're drawing? Okay. Yeah, those are bad eyelashes. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, hold on. There we go. That's me. That's me. Okay, hold on. And we're got it kind of at an angle. Okay, so we're like here. Okay, so here's me, okay? And I'm sleeping. Okay? There's me sleeping, okay? Now here's the issue, okay? All right? Are you ready to understand the true nature of my suffering? Are you ready for it? Fucking this fucking rat has taken to sleeping on my head. On my head. Every single night. While I lay down in the pillow. Every single fucking night. She lays down on top of my head. Like this. No matter how many times I pull her off, she keeps going right back there. I'm kidding. It's like, this will happen like 10 times a night. I'll be laying there and she'll just walk up onto my pillow on top and she'll sit on top of my hair. And then I'll pick her up and I'll put her down and she'll go right back to it. Just fucking a second later. The fuck is this? I can't sleep. And it also means anytime I turn my fucking head, she pulls on my hair. Holy shit. Look at this shit. Just close your door? Nah, she's a kitten. She sleeps with us. There we go. This is every goddamn night. There we go. I think that's a pretty good drawing. I stand by this one. What do you guys think? Actually, wait, that is pretty good. For a mouse drawing, you know. I'll stand by it. Who gave me 4 out of 5? Potential merch design? Yeah, yeah. Oh, I forgot the ears. Hold on. We gotta at least acknowledge their existence. Looks like I have a massive afro. In a better world, comrade. In a better world. Here, I'll save it, okay? How about that? I'll save it. Maybe she thinks your man bun is a nest. Yeah, because like my hair goes like up. I always have my hair not underneath my head, so it goes up. Like this, you know? Goes up and she nests on my hair. Like that. All right, we'll save it. Here, I'll save the image, okay? There we go. I think it's cute. You know, we put some work in. It's a mouse drawing. I'll call it 111111111 to distinguish it from the other drawings that I have saved, which have a different number of ones. Yeah, exactly. You guys understand. You guys understand. Yeah. Donations. All right. Argot Air with a very kind $5. True. Brett Callahan, thank you, comrade, for the $2. Gales with the $2. Can you tell my friend Sasha she's wonderful but needs to hop on the socialism train already? Come on, Sasha. Get on that shit already. It's 2020, Sasha. Get with the times. Get with the times. Thylord Zan, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Maybe. George, thanks to the £2. Rate kitty, please. I'm afraid I do not see a kitty link there, my friend. George, forgot the link and YouTube will not let me add it. George, feel free to email it to me, comrade. Colin Hanrahan with a very kind $10. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Noah with the $5. Do you think as your audience ages, your chat spam will become less cancerous? I like the chat spam. Listen, it's funny. Wait, why is chat screaming? What are you all doing? Stop. Hate it when I don't know what the fuck you people are up to. Oh my God, she just let out the grossest fart and scared herself. There we go. Okay. She knew she was being talked about. That's how it works. Jesus. True Ale Morris. Noah with very kind $10. What do you think about China's concentration camps for Muslims? How does that compare to our treatment of undocumented people? From the evidence that's been provided, I think it's pretty inarguable that the Uyghur Muslim camps are significantly worse than the camps we have here. But that is a very low bar, and they are both very, very bad. And what they are doing is genocide. So it doesn't mean what we're doing isn't genocide. So yeah, just want to make that clear. Yeah, this would be like me comparing like, oh well, this serial killer liked to torture babies, but this serial killer used white phosphorus on this children's hospital. Could you? Which one do you think caused more suffering? You know, and maybe give me some time and maybe I can do some math on it. But it's both pretty bad. Yeah, I'm playing both sides. I'm enlightened centrist, baby. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. Damn, Sam Harris has a good take for once. Too bad he'll spend 9 hours explaining it. Don't talk shit about Sam Cedar. I like Sam Cedar, okay? He's cool, all right? He's my Jordan Peterson, okay? He can be my surrogate father figure, even though I have a very good relationship with my own father. Hips the Nerd with the incredibly kind $50. Thank you so much, comrade. Guys, the dono said Sam Harris. I said Sam Cedar. I strongly suggest playing Among Us on stream. You would have plenty of opportunities to read donos, play alone, or with friends and viewers, and it's very engaging. I feel like I pretty much have to at this point, because so many people seem to be having fun with it. But yeah, dude, you know what I miss? Reject modernity, embrace tradition. I miss Trouble in Terrorist Town. Do you guys remember that Gmod map? Or not map, but that Gmod game mode? Holy shit! Trouble in Terrorist Town was the fucking bop! Oh my god! That's returning to Monkey. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Sean. Yeah, and prop hunt. I was never a big prop hunt guy, but the Trouble in Terrorist Town was my jam for sure. Was my jam for sure. I'm gonna have to run through these fairly quick, comrade. Derek Vibrant Peacoat, Live for GA, and Time Lord N98. Thank you all so much for the $5 donations. I really appreciate that, comrade. I spray it at Amazon warehouses, and we can't spray it within 20 feet of any of the workers. I wear a Class 3 rain suit and a P100 for safety. Nice. I'm sure they equip every undocumented immigrant with a rain suit and a P100 mask to prevent any damage, of course. Brendan Kiernan, thanks to $10. Yeah, we're closing the Discord temporarily. Jakey Fakey, thanks to $5. Enjoy your class. And Horsme with $2. Thank you. Doc Punk with the $5. Here's an AU word Americans use to oppose the fascists. Krauts. Yeah, you got. Yeah, is that Praxis calling? No, probably not. Sure. Sivonic with a very kind $5. Wasn't Socrates executed on false allegations of atheism? Ancient Greece is not a good example of successful democracy. Lamau. Yeah, dude. Dude, Socrates got so fucking cucked. Socrates got executed on suspected defiance of the gods when all he was doing was saying, like, asking the nature of reverence for the gods, you know? What was that? Yeah, I feel bad for that guy. Socrates is out here being like, we should really re-examine the way in which we pay tribute to the gods. And the council was like, did you just say the gods don't exist? Well, that wasn't the main reason. Well, no, there were political reasons as well. But listen, the narrative is funnier. The Willinator with the $10. How do I convince people that the Electoral College is unjust just because it prioritizes landmass over actual people, thus dismissing the people's right to vote? Apparently my moral argument is not good. Okay. Here's your fucking grade A argument against the Electoral College right now, quick as we can go, right now segment, easy peasy. Okay, we're going to do it, even with some fucking MS Paint assistance. By MS Paint, of course, I mean Clip Studio Paint, because that's what I use. MS Paint, it's not as good for doing the art program stuff that I like to do. Okay, first of all, the intended purpose of the Electoral College is to disproportionately assign weights to votes from different areas so that people in big cities do not attract all of the attention, time, and legislative culpability of the politicians. It doesn't work. The Electoral College ensures that the only place that politicians spend their time focusing on is swing states. Why the fuck would any Republican ever come to fucking California? Why the fuck would any Democrat ever come to, I don't know, Texas a couple years ago. Now Texas might be a swing state, but it doesn't work. Alabama, yeah. It defers everything to the swing states. Republicans don't go fucking campaigning in the Rust Belt. Republicans don't go fucking campaigning in the Midwest, in Wyoming. Do you see people campaigning in Wyoming? Nobody does this. It doesn't work. The Electoral College is not successful in achieving the thing that you claim it should be able to achieve. But here's another quick question. We can use a little bit of a little hypothetical to dazzle your brains, okay? So the way the world used to work is you would have kingdoms in surrounding territories. Most people didn't live in cities, okay? However, kingdoms still had pretty significant holdings of individuals. So let's say, for example, you have a kind of democratic society that has a very old world style of human organization, okay? All right, are you ready for it? You've got a town in the center, a great big town. It's on a river. Here, I'm going to draw a little river. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, there's tributaries. Ooh. Oh, there's tributaries in the tributaries. Ooh. Ooh. See? There. It's on a river. That's the big old town, okay? And the borders end at the river, and they extend all the way out to the edges of this drawing, okay? Right over here, okay? So about 80% of the population of this province lives here in the town, okay? And the rest of it is divvied up amongst farmers who tend to crop out here in the provinces that are adjacent to said town. Now, here is a hot question for you. Close gap. Nope. No, just I don't care. What kind of fucked up political system would assign more political power to the farmers here in the outskirts than to the 80% of the population that lives in the capital? Can you explain to me? I would like an explanation. Can somebody explain to me? Why? Why would anyone do this? Why? Why would anyone ever? Democracies don't represent land. They represent people. It looks like a butthole. Here's an easier example. Okay? Maybe one that looks a little bit less like a butthole. Okay? Everyone lives in this city. The outcasts are thrown out to the wastes. 99% of the people live in the city. 1% of the people live out here in the wastes. If we were to, for some reason, invoke some sort of democratic... Democracies represent people, not land. There are a million conceivable examples you can make where a greater swath of land has a greater voter representation than a city does, even though the city has far, far, far more people. It is ridiculous to suggest that democracy should be held at the whim of people based on the total amount of land area they occupy. That your vote should count for more if you have a lower population density. That is fucking insane. Yeah, exactly. If you want local jurisdiction that respects the will of the local constituency, that's what you have city and county and state governments for. If you want a government that represents the will of the country, you take into account the votes of the people who live in the country. It's that simple. Different lands have different issues. Why would you ignore that? You don't. That's why we have states and counties and cities. Why would you make it so that people who live in fucking Wyoming have a vote that's worth 4 times as much as people who live in the most populous city in the United States? Why? Why? Why should somebody in New York count for 1/4 as much as somebody who lives out in fucking farmland? Explain to me. We already know that the Electoral College system does literally nothing, absolutely nothing, to benefit the political interests of small towns and small communities. We know that. It doesn't work. Politicians do not campaign in these areas. They campaign in swing states, okay? There is only one reason why the Electoral College still exists, and it is because it is the only way the Republican Party can win. It is that simple. It is the only way the Republican Party can win. Because the Republican Party, it's a very, very simple line. The Republican Party represents regressive people, and people are more likely to be progressive if they live in cities. So if they live out of cities, they are more likely to be regressive, so they give preferential voting weight to people who are out there in the boonies, thus giving disproportionate electoral control to people who are more likely to vote Republican. The Republican Party has 10 million less members than the Democratic Party does. 10 million less. It's the only reason the Republican Party can still win. It's that simple. And then there are people who champion the Electoral College who aren't regressive or who aren't Republican because they're of the opinion that in some way, shape, or form, it enhances the democracy of this country. It does not. It just doesn't. It absolutely does not. Can you explain in detail why cities are more progressive? Yeah. Higher level of education on average, also more exposure to racial minorities because cities tend to be more diverse. Easy peasy. I live in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Even as a progressive in a deep red state, I still worry about the tyranny of the majority. New York shouldn't rule over Wyoming. Dude, it's the federal government. It's not New York ruling over Wyoming. It's the federal government. It's all of you together as Americans putting forward your vote to America. New York doesn't rule over Wyoming. Wyoming has a state government, and you have a city government and a county government. And all of those things are beholden to your votes and not New York's. That is what it is for. New York doesn't rule over Wyoming. In no way, shape, or form does the Electoral College give Wyoming more state autonomy. It doesn't. It doesn't happen. How to argue against people who say getting rid of the Electoral College is bad because then only the people on the coast will decide for everyone else? Yes, people! Right now we have land deciding for everybody else. Yeah, people, yes. If everyone lives in the coasts, then yes, the people on the coast should decide. If you have local issues to be attended to, that is literally the purpose of having a state government. Yeah, I don't like land, sorry. It's my lefty genes. I'm trying to reappropriate all of it. Also, you could do the argument reverse, by the way. Why the fuck should the coasts and cities with tens of millions of people be subject to a disproportionate rule from bumpkins in the middle of the country who get 4 times their voter weight for, like, no fucking reason? Like, why? Why should the larger number of people be subject to a disproportionate rule? We're talking about the people on the coasts ruling. So you say it's people on the coasts are tyranny of the majority when we all get an equal vote. But when people in fucking Wisconsin get a vote that's worth 3 times as much as people in New York, that's even? That's fair? Hold on, somebody gave me a New York Times link, but it's doing the thing. God damn it. I need to just buy a subscription to these things. Every argument you just made about the Electoral College also applies to the U.S. Senate. Oh yeah, we should abolish the Senate. Fuck the Senate. By 2040, half the country will live in just 8 states with 16 senators. Yeah, fuck the Senate. Yeah, for sure. All of these political institutions date back to a time when states did not have the same relationship to the federal government. Please don't stab at me, but America is an expression of its combined state power, not people. Bullshit! If it was an expression of its combined state power, then New York should not be getting the same fucking say as Wisconsin. I'm sorry. If we're only I'm sorry. If that is the case, if this is if all the states are bringing their fucking shit to the table, then absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Then Wisconsin should be sitting at the fucking kiddie table, okay? While New York and California eat the big fucking buffet, okay? There are more people there. Won't you say people in different states have different interests? That's why you have state governments. That's the point. You have city, county, and state level to represent your local interests. The national government represents the people of the United States of America. You know if there are any studies directly linking level of education to political leaning? Yes, I'm almost positive that more educated people are more likely to be Democrat. Yes, I'm almost positive that is the case. In fact, I know for a fact I've seen studies that say that. Yeah. All right, where is this? We abolish the Supreme Court too. I mean, the Supreme Court is fine. Well, it's not fine. None of this is fine. But I think the Supreme Court as an institution is far more defensible. Probably needs term limits though. Idea of like a perpetual. Is toss a coin to your streamer gone? No. You donate 20 or more, it shows up. We got way more donos to read after this conversation. Another argument I hate is the idea that USA is a republic, not a democracy. Yeah, people always like to pull, it's usually right-leaning people like to pull that shit to be clever. Republic and a democracy are not mutually exclusive. It's both of them. They're not, it's such a not, they're not exclusive. Yeah, that one comes from Crowder, yeah. You should make Vosh bad the dono sound? That is the dono sound. Wouldn't this lead to a federal government that knows nothing about farming and agriculture? No. No. What? Getting more Republicans in office doesn't increase the knowledge the federal government has of farm. Do you think that, like, the senators we send to the federal government from, like, rural states bring with them, like, lost treasure like lost knowledge. In a world where it's so easy to fall into left-right rabbit holes by listening to the same streamer/spokesperson, how do you form a good opinion about anything political without being in an echo chamber listening to the same opinions over and over? Well, what you need to do, it's not so much about a balanced media diet as it is a good media interpretation process. That's what a lot of people fuck up on. It's not like, oh, I need to read 18 different types of literature on every item to. It's about learning to understand when you're being lied to, essentially. When learning to pick out bias. It's very important. I used to not be able to do it with left-leaning people. That was my fuck up. It's easy to do it with right-leaning people because I was already biased against them. But then I just went on Chapo Trap House and I would eat up a lot of the dumb shit they would say as well. The subreddit, I mean. Because it was left leaning, I wasn't as critical of where I was getting the information from. So, but eventually I learned how to get better about that too. Did I ever go on Cumtown? You would know if I went on Cumtown. Also, I couldn't survive going on Cumtown. Are you fucking kidding me? I know a lot of the people in my audience like Cumtown, but if I went on there, we would get 3 jokes in and people in my community would start unsubbing, okay? You people are not edgy enough for Cumtown, all right? You're not strong enough. Anyway, apparently this person wants another hour. Whatever. Donos. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $10. Once the malarkey patrols start disappearing everything Joe doesn't understand, Vosh will be apologizing from his malarkey center cell of his own will. I can't wait to be attacked by the malarkey police. Sake Tanuki. I'm ready for it. Allheart with a very kind $10. Vosh, what is all theory? What do you mean when you say all theory? I mean, well, it's the total number of theory that exist, and then all of them, like in one room, and I read all of it, you know? This person who I'm going to talk to, I think, is going to be using Discord Mobile, and they don't seem to know how to use the app, so I'm looking forward to some truly cripplingly boomer conversations. Carl Carrington with the incredibly kind $10. Fuck yeah, comrade. Happy to hear you're working out again. Sorry about the spaghetti legs, but that's what happens when you do 100 squats. Horsme, thanks for the $2. Brendan Kieran with the $5. Thank you. Artificial feathers, true. Reject democracy. Absolutely. Vote for king. Cyan Sylvia with the $5. If you live in Oklahoma, vote Abby Broyles for Senate. Okay, thanks. Duly noted. And Viola Charlie, thanks to the $5.49 Canadian. Slow Money Green with the incredibly kind $50. I got my SSDI approved. Have some real government money, comrade. Fuck yeah, comrade. Absolutely. I'm really happy to hear that. That's poggers. That's poggies. Seriously, though, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that, comrade. Hope that goes over well. Chrysalid, thank you for the tier 1 sub, comrade. Big Chungus lover. What the fuck is this? Oh god, I saw this. I can't play it because it's copyright, but it's, yeah, it's really fucking good. Sake Tanuki with the $10. Australians are the Britbongers that were so Britbonger they got kicked out of Britbonger land. Changed my mind. Dude, even Brits can't stand Brits. Did you know that to the British people, American accents are like the British accents? You know what I mean? So when you talk to a Brit and you're like, well, howdy there, partner. That to them, it's like they're listening to James Bond, you know? They're listening to like a sultry, you know, sultry, understated, sophisticated tone. It's true. Watch the whole thing, please. No, it's copyright, dude. Or are you giving me something else? This is just dogs. Adults with postgraduate experience most likely to have consistently liberal political values. There's a reason why conservatives are always telling you to not listen to your liberal college professors. See, For high school or less, 5% are consistently liberal. For postgraduate, 31% are consistently liberal. It's only to our benefit for people to be educated. When I think of tyranny of the majority, I don't think of wealthy elites in Hollywood and in New York dictating the country. When I think of tyranny of the majority, I think of dumb fuck undereducated dipshits who read nothing but fucking Fox News scheduling prompts and get all their information from Hannity. That's what I think of tyranny of the majority. And these people's votes count for fucking 3 times as much as mine. Tired all the time with the $10. Advice for a newly radicalized leftist with a pro-Trump family and a 3%er brother. Keep up the fight, comrade. That really depends on your age, okay? If you're able to separate yourself from them, you can do whatever the fuck you want. But if you're dependent, I don't know, comrade. Gotta take care of yourself. Fine, we'll take a look at the fucking dogs. Jesus Christ. Dogs. Woof.
I haven't even said anything yet. I was going to ask you a question. Can I ask you something? Do you want to? Oh. Okay, well, do you want to go to the park?
Can you imagine living in the same house as that? Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Listen, it's adorable for a 50-second video, but if I had to live with that shit, I would fucking kill myself. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, Huskies are freaks. Bean Spider, thank you for the $5. It's hard to answer. I have a video called, like, Guide to Praxis. I suggest taking a look at that. It contained pretty much all my thoughts in the matter of, like, what a person can do to make the world around there better. Jason Sanderson with the 10 Canadian. Down with the Queen. I'm Canadian, and our Governor General has basically been psychologically torturing our staff. Also, Australia doesn't even have a Bill of Rights for their own citizens. Ha! That would explain the trip I took down there when I was young. Makes sense, though. Ajax, the $5. Very true, comrade. HTTP Lovecraft, the very kind tier 3 sub. I'm 30 minutes behind stream because I wasn't notified of the stream by YouTube, presumably because of genocide in the title. Careful, comrade. I don't think the stream is delisted. If it was, I would have lower views than I do right now. But I'll take a look. I'm still listed. Could be a selective thing. YouTube is really weird. Casper, what was the copyright material from the last stream? It was All Gas, No Brakes. They've since been acquired by like Tim and Eric or something. So they're copyright striking now. Nathaniel Esposito with $3. That weightlifting image had backwards hands. You should call PragerU and let them know. Adam Flores, yes, we have the potential for a historical constitutional crisis in this upcoming election. JP with the £2. Does seizing the means of production require violence? Oh, it doesn't require violence. It's really just a matter of whether capital holders in this country are going to allow their wealth to be expropriated legally. If it's possible to do it legally, wouldn't that be wonderful? Revolutions are dangerous. In all likelihood, what would probably happen, because this is what happens historically, is that the left grows increasingly influential, laws are passed, and then corporate backers, along with the politicians who support them, start taking measures of violence against us preemptively. That's just how things tend to go. God is not good with the $5. Thank you. Did a response to this video on my channel about a month ago and got comments saying I was reading too far into it. They are good at making bad advice palatable. Yeah, well, the average PragerU video probably appeals to pretty unintelligent people, so that's not surprising to me. Nice try, Dumb Bunny, but not today. Cocaine Communism with a tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. Really happy to hear you're with us now. Seriously, I'm happy to hear that your life is a little better. in that respect, assuming it is, I would hope. Sake Tanuki with a very kind $20. I contain the steering wheel by shoving it down my pants. It is driving me nuts. You're not a dad, are you, Sake Tanuki? By chance? Pop Stackles with the incredibly kind $25. This is off topic, but I wanted to pop in and ask if you could do more streams pertaining to the left's inability to unify / how we can unify. I feel like we're all eating our own tails and the right is exploding. Thank you. I've tried to, but nobody fucking listens to me. I did a video like a year ago on the 4 major problems that I have with the left. It was like hypersensitivity, cancel culture, gatekeeping, and performative wokeness, I think. It was something like that. It was 4 videos that I broke them all down. And my argument essentially is this, you know, we need to build coalitions. We need to be aggressively, dogmatically supportive of ourselves and of other people with similar political values. We need to recognize that we're all pushing in the same general direction. So even if we have ideological differences when it comes to our end goals, the fact that we're pushing in that same direction is essential. And even though a lot of other lefties are fucking insufferable, you don't have to be their friend. You just have to be their political ally. The issue is, I don't think lefties can even agree on a general goal. The fact that there are a ton of lefties online who actually unironically can't tell the difference between a Trump and Biden presidency makes me think that a lot of them aren't even in a position to have like even a superficial agreement with me, you know? Shouldn't we be trying to get Destiny back on sides then? Phoenix, Destiny is his own boy. He can do his own shit, okay? What do you want? People to like call in like, please stop being mean to the left? Like, no, he's on his own arc, okay? He's on his own journey. Do you consider tankies to be aligned with you in any way? Generally, no. I don't think tankies tend to be aligned with me. Woke scolds are more salvageable than tankies. A lot of tankies are legitimately just edgy fascists who are 15 years old, who get all their fucking political information from memes they share in their Discord server with other older people who are like slowly grooming them. And like, I'm not arguing with these fucking people, dude. It's such a waste of time. Woke scolds tend to be at least a little bit more pragmatic when it comes to the expression of their political power. But I'm not going to ally with somebody who's unironically defending fucking Xi Jinping or something, you know? I'm not going to ally with somebody who's trying to unironically argue that that Stalinism was preferable to the alternative. You know? I know a tanky who's 21 who's moving to China. Godspeed. What is this? There were mass hysterectomies but no vasectomies. Even in their torturous racism, they're misogynists. You guys want to hear the hottest take in the fucking universe? It is true. Women tend to suffer more in concentration camps. ICE detention centers are canceled. You hear that, boys? Twitter, do your thing. ICE detention centers are canceled. All right? Sorry. We were good with the poisonous gas. We were good with all the rape. We were good with all the forced labor. But sorry. Hysterectomies, but no vasectomies? Mutilate those prisoners equally. Chainsaw Chimera. A little out of my range of interest, but I can... Oh, wait a second. Hyena got these like 2 years ago. This was back before we even had money from the stream. This was like a big... they backed this like ages ago. Hyena, remember this? Where are these? We haven't even unpacked like these, right? They'd be like in an old box from like Eureka or whatever, from Humboldt. My Raptors, I didn't get the Triceratops in time. Pepe hands, yeah. Oh well. Yeah. They got Raptors. We're the Raptor ones. They're like really big and easily articulable. They're cool. They're cool. Yeah, you can use them in your 40K games. Anyway. Can't vasectomies be reversed, though? Is that why they're only doing hysterectomies? Wait, are hysterectomies reversible? Hysterectomy reversible. Hysterectomy reversible. Non-reversible. Okay, that's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. It's a... God, I'm just checking! Shut up! Maybe they put a new one back in. I don't fucking know. Medical science is fucking crazy. I don't fucking know, dude. Yes, they removed the... And then they can put a new one in. But they don't, okay? They haven't gotten there yet, okay? You people are fucking insufferable. Are there any new complaints about the left that you have that have emerged in the last year? Yeah, if I redid my problems with the left thing, which I'm not going to, there would be a 5th video now, and it would be about like condescending, smug podcaster cunts who are more interested in like commenting on the state of the world and its decay than they are in actually working to fix it. Who are so irony poisoned and cynicism pilled that they have actually lost all connection to any reasonable path towards making the world better. That would be like my extra thing. But I'm not referring to anyone in particular when I say that. I'm actually not joking when I say that because I think that like a bunch of lefties do that. So I guess I'm referring to everyone. I do generally try to stay optimistic during my streams. I don't always succeed, but I never want you guys to leave a stream of mine feeling like, oh shit, there really is no point to any of this, is there? I never want anyone to leave my stream feeling this way. I think that's a terrible feeling to have. And it's also a very unproductive feeling. Yeah, here are the Raptors. That's because they do drugs and lose contact with reality. A true leftist never does drugs. A true leftist never does drugs or has sex. That is the true secret, okay? We all know that's what Marx was on. Dude, Marx was fucking disgusting. You ever read shit about him? Marx had to write parts of Das Kapital standing because he would sit and lay so much that he had bed sores and like giant cysts on his ass. Jesus. No, that's true. Repcon with the $5. Thank you. Morgan Gray with the $5. Was only half listening to YouTube while cooking and eating. Why was that guy talking about the area in India, Mathur? Yeah. I don't know why the fuck he pronounces it that way. Francisco with the $5. Thoughts on Portland and wildfires? It's bad? I don't know. I mean, seasonal fires are always a thing, but it's pretty evident that they're getting worse every year. We're getting record high temperatures, you know. Spazoid Gamer with a very kind $15 is giving you money, Praxis. Thank you again for helping me grow and articulate my leftist positions. You've inspired me to make more left-leaning content. Fuck yeah, comrade. Hope that goes well for you. And yes, giving me money is Praxis. The more money, the more Praxis. It's direct. It's not even direct. It's exponential. You get like a package deal. $100 donations is 100 Praxis, but a $200 donation is 270 Praxis. That goes up, infinitely, essentially. Anthony with a very kind $10. Sad story time. It's true though. When my first child passed away, he was stillborn. I was able to maintain all right. Even made a few jokes. It's how I deal. I'm really sorry that happened, Anthony. I'm happy you were able to cope with it, though. Jeez. Reddit, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Sake with a very kind $10. Unfortunately, asking Carl Gon what he just said leads to 6 to 8 hours of definition work into months of copium posting. Yeah, dude, it's, oh, God. It's so dude, they have, conservatives or skeptics online have the best fucking debate strategy, okay? Make a bunch of vacuous claims that are mutually contradictory but sound really, really convincing. And then when anyone asks you to clarify what the fuck you're talking about, get offended. And then after you're done getting offended, circle back and try to pivot. And when they try to hold you to it, just keep on circling and never actually explain. If you do end up having to explain it in such a circuitous and unintuitive way that you only end up complicating the situation and spend the rest of the argument on semantics rather than on addressing the stupid bullshit you said at the beginning. and then the entire time make fun of the person who's talking to you for not understanding your position, for not being smart enough to understand your bullshit. It's actually like a flawless debate strategy. Just they nonstop mock you for not being able to parse their completely obsequious nonsense. They won't clarify anything, but they'll mock you for not knowing what they're talking about. Tortellini, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Benjamin Netanyahu with a very kind $5. Very nicely done, comrade. Thank you for your turn coding. Mario Hernandez, the $2. Have you ever considered entering politics? Here's a fun tip for any of my fans. Go on Twitter, name search Vosh, and search recent posts about me. And then wonder, how long would I last in the political environment? Just go there, just sort of suss out the general attitude, see how well that would go. Dirt Egg with $2. Do you take commissions for art? Asking for a friend? No, it's not economical, but I appreciate I appreciate the flattery. Let me look at it again, because I'm still happy with it. This is still really cute. Dude, if I pastel colored this would actually look like really, really cute. Actually, hold on. This would look super cute if I used like watercolors, you know? Don't you think so? Like if I'm still using a mouse here, but add new layer, multiply, and there's like a paint tool I could use here. What would be best? Pastel. No, that's not quite right. Crayon, noise. No, that's not quite right. Is there a brush tool? Oh, here we go. Brush, gouache, where's watercolor? Watercolor, opaque watercolor. No. Transparent watercolor? That's not bad. Still does that overlapping thing. Keeps it from pastel. Dense watercolor, smooth, watercolor brush. Ooh, that's not quite what that looks like. It should have some anti-aliasing. Smooth watercolor? That's not doing anything. Emphasizing texture. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Wait, what are you guys screaming about? Sorry, I got distracted. What does obsequious mean? Wait, obsequious. Oh, I guess I misused the word. Obedient or attentive to an excessive or servile degree. That's not what I meant. Obsequious. No, I meant opaque. Hold on. Opaque synonyms. Obscure, unclear, dense, uncertain, indeterminate, mysterious, puzzling, perplexing, baffling, mystifying, confusing, enigmatic, inexplicable, unexplained, concealed, hidden, unfathomable, incomprehensible, impenetrable, vague, ambiguous, Delphic, indefinite, indistinct, hazy, foggy, nebulous, equivocal, doubtful, dubious, oblique. I think that might have been what led me there. Elliptical, oracular, cryptic, dense, abstruse, recondite, arcane, esoteric, fuck is this word?
Recherche.
I'm not using that one. All right, focus up, people. Phantom Fox, thank you very, very much for the tier 1 sub. Love you, man. Good to see a leftist actually doing some good for the movement instead of LARPing up for views and money. Well, I do. Listen, I like the views and money. Don't get me wrong, but I try to do it while being honest. You know, as not assign too much charitability to me. Sixth with the $5. You lose the most body heat through your scalp. She's trying to get warm, so put a heating pad where you want her to sleep instead. We have a heating pad. She just doesn't Okay, yeah. I'm going to fucking glue duct tape her to it. Canon Lefevre with a very kind $10. Just got a new game called Tooth and Tail. It's a super good RTS style game about animals having a revolution. I think it would be very cool to play on stream. Also, Trans Non-Bunny Her Free Gang Rise Up. I actually have Tooth and Tail. Yeah, it is a fun game, but I haven't played it in a while. It's a very interesting RTS, very stylized, very simplistic, but not necessarily in a bad way. TJ Gamer, good luck, comrade. I hope you're able to. Trash Goblin with a very kind tier 4 sub. Thank you so much for introducing me to leftism. Your work has done so much to pull me and my group of friends left, so this is the least I could do. Hell yeah, comrade. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to hear that. The donations are great, but nothing really cheers me up quite as much as hearing people talk about how my influence has pulled them and their friends left. Because, I don't know, it's nice. Dumb Bunny, thanks the $5. I thought your plan was to unify the left in hating you. That was a fun dalliance for a bit, but I have to admit it's gotten a little tiring. Even Lewis, the very kind $5. Thank you very much for the kind words, comrade. Fake Animator with the $5. What's your thoughts on ranked choice voting? Ranked choice voting is infinitely superior to first past the post voting, but there are other systems of ranked voting that I believe are preferable. Needless Noise, the $5. Have I thought about collabing with Vadim/Creationist Cat? I do actually really like Creationist Cat. I just don't like collabing that much. I dread it. I just, while in the lead up to it, I just get like so antsy. It just makes me uncomfortable. I know that sounds really dumb, but I'm just not a particularly social person. When I engage with people, I like to be debating them. Christian Worrell with the incredibly kind $15. Can you break down socialism so I can better understand? Yeah, for sure. Socialism is a political and economic system which, well, I guess, I mean, in this case, I'll just describe it economically, which is predicated on two basic ideas. First of all, worker control of the means of production. That is to say, workers are in charge of their own workplaces, you know? Think of every firm, every business, as like a tiny little government, okay? And you want all those governments to be democracies, not to be totalitarian, authoritarian governments, you know? Right now, a traditional firm is authoritarian because the boss has complete control over everything beneath them unless they're violating the law. Whereas in socialism, the workplaces would be democratically controlled by those who work there. The other component of socialism is the abolition of the commodity form. That is to say, essentially, the abolition of producing things for the purpose of selling them. What that essentially means is public libraries. Public libraries right now lend you out shit. You can pay money to public libraries for some services. You can buy stuff from them. What's more, you can incur fees from them if you have a late fee. But the general service of a public library is free to you. It is free. And the reason for that is because it has been decommodified. That is to say, the services it provides are no longer commodified. They're no longer sold to you. I've heard people say that that if public libraries and public drinking fountains were not already a normalized thing, and they were to be introduced today, they would be called socialism by Republicans, and they're only half right. These are decommodified services. They're provided to us, but they're not sold to us. So you just do that to everything. I think the next step we're working towards is market socialism, which means that I want workplace democracy and I want certain things to be decommodified, like essential services, healthcare, food distribution, you know, the obvious ones. But a maintaining of the commodity form in other, especially luxury markets for now, so that we can remain viable in global trade and not end up an isolated nation. And then we work from there. Sorry, that was a bit long, but that's the answer, guys. One, thank you so much for the $5. I am a big fan of the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. Yes, I actually talk about it in a video that I released recently, which I believe is entitled, Why Not Just Vote Third Party? And we talk about it there with my guest, whose name I can't pronounce because it's a nonsensical combination of letters and consonants. Christian Worrell, thanks the $1, comrade. Dumb Bunny with the $5. Yeah, true. Everything that I said applies to the Senate as well. Reverse the tier 1 sub. Resubscribe because of Come Pledge. Also, can you check out that pretty creepy Cuties review from Mr. Girl? Conservatives think because he supports trans, you know? What? Creepy Cuties review from Mr. Girl. This is a... Oh, God. Oh, no. This channel has 2,000 subscribers. Its Cuties review has over 100,000 views from 4 days ago. Oh, no. I know how this one goes. That's an abandoned ship moment right there. I just want to see how creepy he sounds.
Hi, cuties. Guess what I just watched?
Okay. All right. Wow. That happened really quickly. Wow, that was, we're off to a great start. Yeah, this is actually, I think, one of the most monolithic like to dislike ratios I have ever seen.
So, if you're not familiar, Cuties is a film that Netflix just bought from director Maimouna Doucouré. She's a French woman. And she made this film that has sparked some controversy. Maybe not so much the film.
I don't care enough.
And we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the movie itself, but...
It doesn't use any shit from the film, right? Oh, it does. Oh.
Now, is it exploitative? Yes, definitely. These kids are 11, so they don't really understand. I don't know.
Oh no.
Allow their children to be in films like this? I don't know. I kept thinking about if I had a daughter, it's well written and creepy filmmaker comes along and they're like, I'd like to pay your daughter to shake her ass. I guess I would say yes.
All right, I'm good. All right, we're at our threshold. He says he feels attracted to the girls later on. Yeah. Have you seen Shu's new video on Cuties? Yeah, you know what? How about what if we detox for a second? Shu on head. What's up?
Oh, what a terrible time to have eyes. This is the new Netflix Sundance.
I can't believe she still does the 480p shit. This is incredible. We're like 5 years in, but yeah.
Film festival movie, Cuties. This promo photo was released a few weeks ago, and it sparked a bit of controversy. And I don't blame anyone, it just straight up looks like child just straight up looks like baby strippers. Here's the original description for the movie from Netflix. Amy, 11, becomes fascinated with a twerking dance crew. Hoping to join them, she starts to explore her femininity, defying her family's traditions. 11 and twerking dance crew should never be.
So, what's interesting to me is this film actually won awards, didn't it? World Cinema Dramatic Competition section, where it won the directing award at the Sundance Film Festival, which is interesting to me. I haven't actually seen the film myself, and I'm definitely never going to, because I don't even take the time out of my day to watch good films. But what I'm wondering is, because this is the thing that I typically, I don't think you should even talk about reviews without watching it. Well, I agree, you shouldn't try to review a film without watching it, obviously. Every person I trust, like I do trust Shu's judgment. Shu watched the film, says that it's just disgusting, and it makes me think what the people at the festival were like doing or thinking, or like I don't know, some weird ass shit. Then again, wasn't there a it reminds me of something that I only just now am realizing is pretty fucked up. Oh yeah, I should ask Adam from YMS, because I trust his opinion quite a bit. You know what it reminds me of? It was a story my dad told me. I don't know what the moral of the story is, but there was an old Romeo and Juliet adaptation, in which there's a scene with a topless Juliet. You see a titty, and the actress was actually underage. And she tried to go into the film to see her own movie. Like, she tried to go into the theater to see her own movie. And she wasn't allowed to, because the movie was only 18 and older, because there was her titty in it. I don't know what the moral of that story is, but it's probably not a good one. Yeah, I saw that one when I was... The funny thing is, the whole movie was actually pretty not that weird or bad. Yeah, I watched it in English class. Yeah. I watched it in school. What I remember happening was I watched it on like an old TV that was on one of those racks, you know, that they would wheel in, and they played it, and the teacher was like looking at their like watch, and they were like, okay, here we go. And they just stood in front of the TV for like 2 or 3 seconds, and then they stood away, and we were all like, dude, what? And the teacher just shrugged at us, you know? We were like 8th grade or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, you guys remember that? Yeah. TV on a rack. Like those big metal like TV stands that they would wheel around schools like back in the day. Yeah, TV stand, yeah. I don't know if they still do that. It feels pretty, I mean, a bunch of schools are still using equipment from like the 60s, so I imagine they still are. Yeah. Anyway, the cuties thing, I guess, is just like really fucking cringe, because the film's intended purpose is to criticize child sexualization. Feel like you're kind of dropping the ball on that one if you're getting the pedophiles all excited. There are just so many better ways to do the thing that you're trying to do here, right? I can imagine a film that's about like a kid getting wrapped up in like a hypersexual dance troupe that doesn't sexualize the children at all. I can imagine it. I actually can pretty easily imagine like what you could do, like what editing and directorial decisions you could make to produce that, you know? But I don't know if that's it seems that is not in fact the thing that they did. Would you even need to show the dance? I don't think so. You could cut to adults doing the dance. Or like cut to the audience or something like that. You know? Like what if you had like you see like a kid, yeah, like these things. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, by the way. Small stunt doubles? Wait, what? Wait, so they have the kids walk up there, and then like there's a cut, and then there's a bunch of adults up there who are like on their knees with shoes on thetheir kneecaps. No one could tell. Anyway, yeah, like you could just cut to the audience. You could what if the kid's gonna do a dance, and I guess the kid would be in like a risque outfit or whatever, but then you cut, and then it cuts to the future, and it's an adult doing that dance, and it's like, this is what I had to do or something. Like that would be kind of harrowing, wouldn't it? Like, you could actually, that scene would be pretty impactful if you can imagine it. Like imagine you see like a nervous kid getting up on stage, like really awkward looking, like in a weird outfit or whatever. And then the dance is about to begin, the music drops, and now it's in the future 10 years later, and that dancer, now an adult, is like, and this is what they made me do. And she does the dance because she's a dancer and she does it well, but it's a very sexual dance, and she's wearing like a dance outfit, so like she's popping it, with the ass and titties. But you imagine it's the kid, like, because that's what you're in there, like that's what I did, and you don't actually have to see a kid doing the thing. I think that'd be an impactful way of conveying the same basic information, maybe even in a better way, but. That's just Showgirls? I haven't seen Showgirls. But we wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't so controversial. I don't know if that's necessarily what they were going for here. Don't know if that was necessarily the goal. Apparently they show bare tit in the Cuties movie Shu talks about in the vid. Jesus Christ. Fucking Europeans, dude. I can't believe Netflix picked up the rights to that movie. They had to have known what they were doing. They're French. What's next? What's next is we read more donos. Favorite LOL champion? Sion or Ilaoi? All right. Daydream Nation X, thanks to $5. Bugmancer with a very kind $15. I was trying, thank you for trying to post more Facebook content. I so badly yearn to Voshpill my IRL family and friends. Yes, that's thanks to Tempest, my content manager, who will be handling various accounts to that effect. Thank you. Kitten with the incredibly kind $25. Thank you so much. Thanks for your work. I was alt-light when I first saw you. Now I'm not. So thanks for all the videos and content. Is this your day job? Yes, thanks to people like you, I am compensated well enough that I do not need to go out and do other work. Thank you. I hope to be able to continue doing this for the rest of my life, you know? I feel like I've already experienced pretty much the most severe performative condemnation and cancellation from conservatives possible, and I'm still here. I'm still kicking. So... we can keep doing it forever. Serious Coma with the $5. Thank you, comrade. There's your 10 praxis. Nafanashi with the $5. Don't know when the Nick Videos debate is. Hopefully sometime in the near future. Mario Hernandez. I'm not opposed to the idea of writing a book sometime. I don't know if I'm worthy of the, you know, the medium, but yeah. Cindy Catalyst with a very kind $5. Vosh, I'm backed into a wall arguing because Troubled Blood by JKR is about a cross-dresser despite JKR is literally transphobic. I need help with a response. Wait, what do you mean? You mean the newest JKR book? To TERFs, cross-dressers and trans women are the same thing. They're the same thing to a TERF, so the distinction is irrelevant when it's being written from a TERF. So, yeah. Sharknado with the $5. How do you keep composure when you engage with this type of news? It just makes me want to die. I have a positive community. I keep with you guys. Also, I'm used to it. Terminage 2 with a very kind tier 2 sub. Thank you. I'm back. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the narrative that, like, a man would dress as a woman and use that as, like, a disguise to kill cis women is the narrative of transphobes. So whether we're referring to a trans woman or a cross-dresser, we're still invoking that. Big Dick Daddy Girl, thanks to 420. Hey to Dono. Hey Dono. There you go. Left to post the $2. Anarchist unity over left unity, agree or disagree? I'd say libertarian socialist unity. Non-authoritarian socialists. Bloop Sketch. Yeah, don't let the pro-lifers know about the forced sterilizations, comrade. Magically Lewd with the $5. Should lefties vote green in deep blue states like MA, New York, what have you? No, I don't think so. You never know which states are going to be flipped, and more broadly speaking, there's just no benefit to it. Also, it could end up being the case that we're going to need as much of a popular vote lead as possible to end up defending against Trump's accusations that the voter count was rigged against him. Revoos with a very kind tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I saw. Sky Song with the $5. Thank you very much, comrade. Can you define libertarians and what they want/believe? Well, libertarian in the classical sense just means people who want liberty and want to be free from authority. But libertarians in the American sense generally mean people who want minimal government and like maximum corporate control over everything. Maybe Jinxdo. Atomic Crow, thanks the $2. Very true, comrade. Sake Tanuki with the $10. We need to add Skinned Rabbit Kitty to your Mount Vosh pick. Maybe possible. Maybe, comrade. That can be the update. Sorry with the tier 1 sub. Thank you for the Praxis Indulgence Natural Phenomenon with the $5. Don't you dare delete the cat head art you drew. New stream thumbnail. We'll see, comrade. ManRay23 with the $2. I can't take Bernie or Bus seriously, nor should you. Their arguments are defunct. and cringe. Retro with the $5. Do you think there will ever be protests/riots against ICE just as there are with cop shootings? Not so much, no, because ICE doesn't interact with the majority of the general population, so there's not as much direct engagement to exacerbate in the form of a protest. Is Trump a sin for Putin? Yes. Why not? CJ Anderson with the $5. Thank you so much for getting me into leftism. My pleasure, comrade. Thank you very, very much. Spazoid Gamer with tier 1 sub. Thank you. Icky Mara with the $5. No, I do not think arachnids are cool. I think they're icky, but you know what? That's okay, and you do you, comrade. Justin Foster, thanks the $5. Much appreciated. Jinx Doe with the $5. Would love to see your opinion on the PragerU video on public sector unions. Yeah, I can take a look at that. Sometime in the future, though. You should check out the Psychic Dolphin Garage podcast. Imagine Chapo, but less Cumtown and more Mean Boys. Maybe. I haven't heard of them before, I don't think. Blue Star with the $5. Do you think Europe could be argued to be sacred land for Europeans and should be preserved similar to Native American lands? No. What do you mean? Europeans are in control of European territory. It's not a matter of sacred land. The Native Americans here in America had their land stolen from them. But Europeans are currently in control of Europe. Like, they're not being invaded. The Native Americans were invaded, you know? If the Native Americans, like, let Europeans into their country through legal immigration and we slowly culturally morphed into them, and 1,000 years down the line, America was no longer the Native American, like, traditional place it used to be, that's totally fine. Culture changes. But, like, Europe isn't being invaded. It's pretty... It's pretty there, you know? It exists. Europeans don't have the same spiritual connection to their land. Oh, I don't give a fuck about that, by the way. I don't think that you can justify ethno-states because of your religion. You could do the exact same thing with other groups, by the way. Spiritual connection to the land is just religiosity. It fits under the same umbrella. If you do that with one group, you can justify it with other groups as well. No, the real argument in favor of Native Americans having control over their land isn't spiritual. It's the fact that we literally genocided them. We literally stole all their land, then made contracts with them, and then stole more land. And then we made more deals with them, and then we backed up on those deals, and then we killed more of them. So the land they're holding on to right now is... they're clinging, okay? Tree of Truth with the incredibly kind $12. You need to invest in a cheapo Wacom tablet, comrade. I don't buy anything that's cheap anymore, comrade. I have expensive tablets, but I don't use them that often because it just doesn't fit on my desk, and I like drawing with a mouse. I tend to, when I'm actually drawing, I draw traditionally. I've shown this before, but this is the last thing that I drew traditionally. Here, look. See, look. It's Zagreus from Hades, the Supergiant Games. I colored it digitally, but I drew it traditionally. Yeah, it's a very good game. Here, Hades, Zagreus. Very gay. Well, he's a good boy, is what he is. Not quite as good as the official artist they hired for the project, but hey, what are you gonna do, huh? Oh, anyway, you gave me your Insta. Dude, your art's cool. Your art reminds me of, like, 90s anime. Good vibes. Absolutely. True. Oh, Hidiwari with a very kind 387. Thank you, comrade. Did a sketch of me? Hey! My favorite type of drawing is me! I even took out my fucking keloid. Thank you. Little bit of cosmetic surgery there on your end. Thank you very much, comrade. Whoop. 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 Save image as. Okay. Didn't know if that would, didn't know which folder that would end up defaulting to. Whew, gotta be careful. Never know. Jay defends the $10. They did it. They cracked the code. I can't be a soakdem anymore. Oh no.
Socialism is when the government does stuff. And it's more socialism the more stuff it does. And if it does a real lot of stuff, it's communism.
True. True, but copyright. True, but copyright. True. But copyright. True, though. True. Cross Crescent Creed with the incredibly kind $10. Thank you very, very much. Twitter link art. Here, hold on. I'll save it. There, I can't stand Elon Musk. And I can't stand all of Elon Musk's brainlet fucking followers, too. These people are going to be the death of our fucking civilization. You realize that, right? All these men who grew up without strong father figures, who will attach themselves to anybody who seems vaguely impressive to them because that person reminds them of some Marvel movie or some bullshit. All these dipshits. They do the same shit with Sam Harris. They do it with fucking Elon Musk. They do it with Jordan Peterson. All these deeply, deeply unimpressive boys whose political engagement is driven entirely by pseudo-intellectuals in suits leaning over an armchair talking about how the ideological presuppositions of the left are beginning to detach from a reality, and the precepts that made Western civilization the greatest the world has ever known. These people are going to be the death of the fucking universe, dude. I can't. Mediocre men. I swear to God. I hate to essentialize it as some kind of gender thing, but like, fuck me, dude. Women do not do this shit. Women do not like form the. I mean, no, they do, but not with these people. The men are way more damaging. Yeah, and really sensitive men who can't admit they're soft. Yeah, there are so many fucking sensitive guys. There are so many sensitive guys out there that get so, like, offended at the concept of acknowledging their sensitivity. It's insane. True. All of it's true. Don't know who that guy was, but... What's this in YouTube chat? How filthy rich Vosh gets to not be a worker? Or is he always working class lol? An excellent question, comrade. In the case of what I do, the working class, owning class dichotomy isn't really that relevant. I'm essentially a contractor for YouTube or an individual proprietor. So I'm not a part of the broader system in that respect. My experiences are certainly not the experiences of a typical member of the working class. Am I a 500 employee corporation? I might be. You don't know. You don't know. Shannon Williams, do it if you like. Okay, hold on. We're wrapping this up. What's my favorite JoJo stand? Zahando, Killer Queen. Django Geek with $5. Thank you very, very, very much, comrade. I don't know what the ideal government spending I would like would be. TJ Gamer with the $5. That scene from Romeo and Juliet movie was allowed in my class when they showed it, but we were also sophomores in high school. I mean, let's be fucking real here, okay? Sophomores in high school aren't going to be hurt by seeing a fucking titty, okay? It's more a matter of, it's kind of weird that the actress they used was underaged. That's the fucking weird part. Ear Hoden, yeah, not much to be done about it, really. Linzel Sleepy, you know, you see boobies when you're a baby? You know? Did you guys know that? Nick said you haven't responded to his text. I responded to Nick in DMs. What do you want? Linzel Sleepy with the $5. No problem, comrade. My pleasure. Joel's the $5. Thank you very, very much. I'm a freshman in college, and the contact tracing people just called and said I'm being kidnapped for 14 days. I'm distraught. I beg you, play Among Us. I'll find a way to keep you entertained somehow, comrade. Don't you worry about it, all right? Miss Laura, no, I'm not familiar with that channel, but I can take a look at their stuff. Dino Dirtbox, the Dearman sub, thank you very much. JD Goodo with the $5. My pleasure, comrade. Thank you. I hope it works out. Comrade Crowpot with the tier 1 sub. Do you love my babies as much as I do? Probably not, because they're yours. But I do love them. Baby. Baby. When did my glasses get so dirty? What the fuck? Through the staircase, baby. Beep beep. I like this one. I like cats that are just like a solid black mass with 2 eyeballs poking out. They always make me really happy to look at. All right, pretty close to debate time. Decent chance of this debate being uninteresting and disappointing, by the way, so get ready for that. Hold on, let me clean my... Is this a glasses cleaning cloth? Hold on. Well, I hadn't cleaned my glasses in ages. That was long overdue. Jesus. Farglehorn, Brandon Pilcher, Spinosaurus, thank you all so much for the $5, comrade. Yeah, I've been drawing for a while now, and as for scientists finding life on Venus, I'll believe it when I see it, okay? Django Geek with the $5. Wouldn't big corporations and small government be good if corporations were self-managed or used co-op models? Which is worse, big government or big corporation? Both of them have the capacity to be very bad in different ways. Big governments are good if those governments are self-managed and cooperative, and likewise, big corporations can be good if they are democratized. Likewise, big governments can also be good if they serve the public interest. I'm okay with the government running healthcare. Horrors me with the $2. I know people who did. No, they literally did. Life on Venus, phosphine biosignatures. Has microbial life been found on Venus? Is there microbial life in the atmosphere of Earth's closest neighbor? An international team of astronomers has found tentative but highly compelling evidence. No. I said I will believe it when I see it. Like when I see a dog from Venus directly in front of me. Okay? Do not bother me with these trifles until that time has arrived. Okay? Oh, gotcha, Posadas John. Just got a bad memory. Chat Escarlate with a very kind $10. Today is my birthday. Take my extra birthday Soros bucks. You're my favorite content creator. Have a great and having a stream today was a great present. Be well, sir. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I streamed today specifically for you. It's all coming together. Happy birthday. Zerthamon with the 666. Bro, did you listen to the new Chapo? 100 Doomer trash. It's ironic as much as they make fun of never Trumpers, they're literally never Bideners. Pathetic. I have not. I just don't see much merit in them anymore. On Sugar Hill with the $8. Thank you, comrade. Can you solve this puzzle I made? I know this says Sake Tanuki with the $10. I just don't know how it says it. Saki can he dash oh sake tuna key incredibly kind $10. Okay, there we go. Thank you. A possum, no promises. Hey, nice. Dirty little fucking rat creatures. Very cute. Force me with the $5. What is this? Is this copyright? I'm sorry for doing that personally. The Fenestrator, thanks to the $5, released a new trailer for Amnesia Rebirth in time for Halloween. Spooky, 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 spooky. Cool. Might check it out. Sorry, that's my copyright safeguard system. Sake with a very kind $10. What is this? I'm not sure. You've had me show this on stream before, motherfucker. I'm not showing this again. I am way too nice to the people who donate to me. Alex Ray with the 10 CHF. Thank you. The political leanings of educated people highly depends on what they studied. Engineers are quite conservative. Yeah, I bet you engineers and comp sci tend to be pretty conservative. I know that history majors tend to be extremely liberal, which is nice, I guess. Oh, I'm talking to that guy. Hold on. I made a mistake by even mentioning the existence of this debate before, because now you guys are all hyped up and it's probably going to be trash. All right. Hello? Hello, hello? And they left, and they're probably going to figure something out. Check your voice settings. Hello? I knew this was going to happen. Give me a minute. Isn't there a way to call people from Skype using like Skype credits? Can you do it via Zoom? You can't, can you? Howdy, howdy.
Hello, you hear me?
Oh, Howdy, I can hear you.
All right, I guess because it was they had some, for some reason it was on push settings or push to talk.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Settings.
Phone Discord is weird and unreliable.
All right, yeah, I'm the first time I've been on it. I had no idea what it even was.
Gotcha. Okay. So you have thrown some pretty inflammatory emails my way.
Well, I mean, y'all say a lot of things that, I mean, the numbers don't bear it out. Like, what I want to talk about is, how is somebody a victim, right? When they create more victims than any other group, even groups 4 times their size.
What group are you talking about?
Like everybody that support Black Lives Matter. Like, none of y'all ever called out, like for example, in 2011, there were 448 whites killed by black and 193 blacks killed by whites. And the numbers are fairly consistent all through, I mean, 2011, 2018.
Sense? Wouldn't that make sense since black people generally commit more violent crime?
Yes, but why do you, I mean, you have a lot of followers. Why do you and a lot of other guys, y'all never, ever, ever cover the unreal amount of white people that are killed by blacks that nobody ever talks about? Like, how can black people be the victim of this systemic white racism? Or even if someone is the victim of something, how can you complain when you're committing that much crime against another group disproportionately?
Because people are more likely to commit crime if they're poor or don't have good educational or economic opportunities. It's been always the case historically that in the ghettos, where the most disprivileged people live, you will find the greatest amounts of crime.
That doesn't justify that amount of interracial murder, and you're sitting here blaming that group that you're committing.
Wait. You're moralizing pretty hard right now. So your question was,
how am I moralizing?
Your question was,
I had a family member be the victim of that shit 3-on-1, and then they got a slap on the wrist. The judge is like, he don't want to ruin their lives. Don't want to ruin their lives. They almost killed my family member. What do you mean you don't want to ruin their lives?
So wait, hold on. So I can't speak to the individual anecdote you provided. I know for a fact that judges are statistically more likely to assign harsher sentences to black men who commit crimes than they are white men who commit the same crimes.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, wait. I don't care if you agree with it. It's true.
It's not true.
So you asked me, why don't I cover the insane number of white people who died of black crimes? What would my narrative be there? Because I don't just randomly cover people who are killed. I usually try to talk about like a political.
No, but that's a problem that has occurred as the fatherless or the 2-parent household rate in the black community has deteriorated and risen, or fallen or whatever, whichever side you want to look at, which way you want to look at it. But yet, I mean, you're talking. Like, these over the last 10 years, though, you're talking 238 more people killed, 255 more of us killed.
What do you want to do about it?
220, 259, 271, 290, 280, 312. That's more. And you're talking about a population that's one-fourth the size. You agree with that, right? That the black population is one-fourth of the white population, right?
Thereabouts.
The numbers.
I mean, more black people die to black people than white people. It's hardly a war between black and white people.
No. I'm not saying it is. But what I'm saying is, we are victimized as, like, we receive more hate crime charges than in a lot of states.
What do you want to do about it?
But what I want to do about it, it needs to be brought to attention that
it just seems to me right now that you have 15. It just seems to me right now that you have a bit of a victim complex. So I'm interested.
No, I have a problem with. I have a problem with being a taxpayer, single no dependent for a number of years, and paying a good bit of my percentage of my income in taxes because of programs like the Earned Income Tax Credit and stuff like that, which is a way to buy votes, basically. And so I've contributed a lot.
How is that a way to buy? How is that a way to buy votes?
Well.
You're saying a lot.
They pander to the parents. They pander to the parents because the truly oppressed people in America are single, no dependent taxpayers, regardless of ethnicity, gender, any of that. Because you are literally economically oppressed because you can work right beside someone. You can make $20 an hour, work right beside someone, but because they have 2 or 3 children and you don't, they will receive an Earned Income Tax Credit. Therefore, every dollar that they pay in taxes, they're likely going to get it back, and a lot of them are going to profit. You are going to lose money every single year.
Yeah,
so those are the truly oppressed people in this country.
The state wants to incentivize people being able to take care of their children.
I understand.
Right. So also people who are married also get preferential tax treatment.
It is still though. I mean, I'm not getting fucked anymore. I got fucked for a long time. But my point is that if you're talking about oppressed people, nobody talks about them. Nobody talks about this. And you know what?
You realize
resources.
You realize I'm a socialist, right? Like when it comes to economic parity,
Yeah,
I'm pretty
I know
sure I
you
have
are.
a strong, I have a pretty strong backing of material to indicate I care about people's economic outcomes. Now, I wanted to talk to you a little bit more.
But my point is though, I'm sitting here and being taxed at a high, worse than most of the people for a number of years, for over a decade, and then I'm being told that now I'm being told I'm somehow privileged. Are you out of your mind?
Okay,
when was I? When was I privileged? When my brother was in the hospital in
Okay,
ICU? Is that when I was
That's
privileged?
not how privilege works. So.
No, I know the argument you're going to make for privilege, but I don't buy that because is Michael Jordan's kids oppressed? No. Is in my town there's a black doctor. Are his children oppressed? No.
Michael Jordan's kids would be, statistically speaking, better off if they were not black. They're wealthy either way, but being white would slightly, marginally, statistically. I know that's okay, but let's get down to this. Okay, wait. You realize you are running a mile a minute. How about we focus this on one subject specifically? So earlier you were talking about
the entire narrative of Black Lives Matter is a lie.
Right. Okay, so what would you like to do about it? Because you asked me why I don't cover white people who are covered by black people.
Why don't you cover the fact that, why don't you talk about the blacks being killed unarmed by cops? Why don't you talk about it honestly? Why don't you talk about the fact that you disproportionately commit violent crime?
I've never said they don't.
If you look at the incidences where deadly force is used by cops, whether unarmed or not, they tend to occur the overwhelming majority of the time in incidences or calls relating to violence.
Yeah, I've never said
when
otherwise.
You disproportionately, but everybody else lets go. I haven't heard you. I'll admit that I haven't heard you. But everybody else that has that same argument, supporting Black Lives Matter and all that, they have that same argument. That, they're 2.5 times more likely to be killed by a cop.
I don't think you're familiar with their arguments. So again, I keep asking you the same question. I want to focus on one thing at a time. You keep asking me, why don't I cover white people who are killed by black people? If I were to do that, what would I say? Because I don't just do videos where I say a person dies. I usually have like a
you would say you're not victimized. You're it's an Orwellian truth is what you're Orwellian lie is what you're trying to push, because you're trying to push that you're victimized by white people, but you are victimizing white people 80% of the time. 80% out of
wait. Again, so wait, do you want me to cover white people who are killed by black people?
No, I don't understand why y'all just don't admit. If you talk about a subject, talk about it truthfully.
Admit what?
Talk about that.
What have I said that's not truthful?
If anybody has a right to be out there protesting in the streets, is white people, because
what have
they
I said
are the
that's
ones
not
that
truthful?
I've not listened to that many videos of yours. I'm saying
but
you support Black Lives Matter, though, right? You support Black Lives Matter, though, right? You support BLM. You think they're justified.
Then let's focus on what I'm talking about right now.
Not me being conservative, not you being socialist. I'm talking about strictly Black Lives Matter. Do you support their narrative?
Victim complex is getting a hold of you right now because we're not able to talk about these issues.
Do you support their narrative?
But of course,
do you support their narrative?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, tell me why. But how are they victims when they create more victims? How is that possible? How are you a victim when you create more victims than groups 4 times your size? Okay. How are you a victim? You're a perpetrator. You create victims. You're not a victim.
Because people are more likely to commit crime when they're subjected to certain economic and social conditions.
West Virginia is one of the poorest states in the country, and its crime rate is nowhere near one of the most violent.
It is not just poverty. Most black crime takes place in dense inner city areas, most of it in the context of gang violence. Wait, hold on. You talk a lot. Hold on. Most of the black crime that ends up disproportionately skewing these statistics takes place in inner city areas and heavily minority-dominated communities. Many of these communities have had long-standing adversarial relationships with the police. There are plenty of rural counties across America with plenty of black folk in it that have comparable rates of violent crime committed to and by them as white folk who live in similar county areas. We're mostly talking about an inner city experience here. Now, that's for the reasons why there's a disproportionate amount of crime committed there. There are a number of potential reasons. Most of them have to do with the nature of how crime and gang wars developed following the implementation of the drug war. So there are a number of very complicated factors that go into this. But if you agree with me, and you do, because I don't want white people getting shot by black folk either, then we need to agree on simple, reasonable policies that we can implement that will reduce the overall level of criminality. One of which would be to end the war on drugs. Another one would be the implementation of simple police reform.
Can I say something? I agree. I agree with you about the war on drugs. I agree about that. But but one thing I got to say is this right here: you can't fix a problem if you don't even acknowledge that you have one. And I mean, one thing is social media not even allowing you to cite the truth about crime statistics.
What truth?
I mean, if
wait. How does social media not let you cite the
dude,
truth?
I got hours of screen recorded proof of being able to just try. I mean, I've been censored trying to link to the FBI DOJ.
Well,
to the actual government.gov website with these statistics.
Just out of curiosity, why do you think black people commit more crime?
I think just like I don't know why they're I think it's the culture. I think it's the rap music. I think white kids go to rap concerts and in greater numbers than black kids do, but the white kids go home and they don't go gangbang after the rap concert.
Why do the black kids go gangbang?
They don't try to live the lifestyle. I don't know why they try to live the lifestyle. I don't know why.
Why is black culture worse? Why did black people create rap?
Well, I mean, why is it still continuing today? I grew up in a
I'm
small town.
asking you why.
No, I'm not asking you, but you talk about a small town. I grew up in a small town. Blacks in my town still, they're the majority. They still vastly disproportionately commit violent crime in this town. They've done it my entire life. I'm 43 years old. But here though, you don't get blacks are not targeted for marijuana offenses and stuff like that.
I can't speak to the individual statistics of the town that you live in.
I mean, every small county around me is the same way. I mean, if you go look in the jails, there is pretty much equal. But you know, one reason that a lot of the black guys in my town that have gotten caught selling weed and stuff because they stand on the corner.
I can't speak to the anecdotes that you're providing based on your town. I'm asking you. Why do you think black people have a worse culture?
It's not my town. It's every small town that I've
It's not. No, it's not. You don't have data. You don't have data on every small town. That's not how data collection works. Why do you think black people have worse culture? I know how data collection
works. I'm a conservative. I'm well versed in statistics, way more so than most people that vote to the left side.
That is very funny, but not for the reasons you think it is. So
no,
again,
definitely
why
they
do you
like
think
statistics.
Why do you think black people have worse culture?
I mean, I think it's the lack of two-parent households. I think.
Why do you think they lack two-parent households?
I think the welfare state. I blame the welfare state. The welfare state has tried to replace the father, and they did it intentionally.
Wait, but there are also tons of white people on welfare, and they don't see the same.
Yes,
outcomes.
but it's not even anywhere near the same proportionally. Why? You know it, because blacks get about 40% of welfare, whites get about the same or a little more than that, but there are 4 times as many whites. So
yeah,
it's
but
not even the same
for the white people who are on welfare, those people aren't affected in the same way. They didn't all develop the same gangster culture.
I think some of them, a lot of them have. They have a really bad culture in my area. The ones that have been perpetually on it, like with. I mean, the welfare state creates a lot of.
But again, that doesn't.
But there's a lot. Less of them.
White people on welfare don't develop the same gangster culture.
Not the gangster culture, but they have a very vile and very foul culture where I live. It's a lot. It's a high percentage of the people that are like we're talking about that are been on the welfare state for 20 years or whatever. Like, I just don't think they're very good people. The parents aren't. So the kids, it's not the kids' fault. But I mean,
you think being on welfare makes you a bad person?
I don't think it makes you a bad person, but I think that there's certain people that are on it that abuse the system. I mean,
why are more black people on welfare?
Why are more black people on welfare?
Yeah.
A lot of reasons. I mean, there's a lot of reasons.
Why?
I mean, a lot of black guys around here, as soon as they get a decent paying job, the first thing they do is go into debt because they buy a lot of things they really can't afford on the salary they're making. I don't know why. That's personal responsibility's got to come into play at some point.
Why are black people not as good at personal responsibility?
That's not my thing to fix. That's not my issue.
No, sure it is. I'm not going to deplatform you, brother. You can give any answer you want here, friend. Why do black people seem to keep? Why are black people so much worse with money?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it's the culture. They idolize Gucci, Fendi. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know why they do it. But my point is, personal responsibility has to come into play at some point. And at some point, white America is going to have a right to stand up and say, enough is enough. We are tired of being the victims of violent crime committed by you disproportionately every year. And we're being fed and force-fed a lie, a narrative.
I want you to know,
a lie.
I spend a lot of time with Black Lives Matter people, and you are by far the most victim culture obsessed person I've ever met in my life. Far more than any. If I could combine every BLM activist together, their victimhood wouldn't even come close.
I'm going to draw the line in the sand. You're not going to label me privileged and act like I am oppressing you or committing crimes against you.
I have not made any of these claims.
While you're doing that against me.
So again,
I'm just not a cuck. I'm not going to stand there and say, oh, okay, yeah, well, you know, white people do disproportionately. No, white people do not disproportionately commit crime against blacks.
Nobody made that claim. You are arguing against an imaginary person right now. So
why does Black Lives Matter blame? Why? Okay,
wait.
Explain all the black on white attacks that have occurred since Black Lives Matter.
I would like to focus on one topic point at a time, if at all possible.
I'd like you to answer that. I'd like you to answer
but you
why
haven't answered my question.
Whites.
Why do black people make worse decisions?
I don't know.
Okay.
Genetics. I don't know. I'm not. You trying to get me like
do you
Jared
think?
Taylor?
Whoa!
I don't know.
Do you think that's it?
I don't know. Huh?
Do you think that's it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm asking you what answer you want me to give. I don't know what it is. I just know that they do. I just know that they do.
I'm a sociologist. This answer is super easy for me. It's socioeconomic conditions. Black people have been subjected to a really unique set of circumstances that have put them in a really bad corner in America, and those consequences are still felt today. But that's an easy answer for me. But you don't seem to have an answer.
Hold on. But hold on. I got two brothers. I got a buddy that's black. He's got two brothers, right? My daddy and his daddy worked at the two places that did the same type of work, but one of them didn't close down, but it got bought and they turned it into something else, and it was a good paying job back in the 80s now. But my dad moved out of the country and went to work for the same company he had still worked for here. But yet my parents got divorced. We were way worse off economically than this kid was. But you know, two of his brothers ended up going to prison and all that. Why is that? They grew up.
Oh wait,
I mean, I'm
asking you. Why is that?
I'm asking you. You're saying that it's socioeconomic. I'm saying I know wealthy black children here that have totally fucked up their life and went to prison for multiple times, and they had every advantage available.
So
wait, and I can name 20 or 30 of them.
Wait,
I mean,
you knew them. You knew them.
I've known them. I still know them.
Right. So why?
I don't know why. I mean, that's what I'm saying. But you're saying it's socioeconomic, and I'm saying these people were wealthy and had every advantage available.
Socioeconomic does not just mean wealthier. That's not what socioeconomic means.
But how is it when I went to school? We had the same teachers, we had the same principal.
I don't know what your friends. I can't explain your friends.
But I don't live. I didn't grow up in my experience is not living in a town where a school's 97% black. They're not that way where I grew up. Every school around us was 35-40% black.
I can't explain why your friends did what they did. I can only talk.
What I'm saying is, like my mom. I've met people that knew my mom. They're like, yeah, me and your mom, we've been friends ever since they integrated the school system here. Like since first grade, they were in first grade and they've been friends. Like, yeah, me and your mom been friends.
Answer these anecdotal
no, hear me out. No, hear me out. So, but today though, all of a sudden there's problems. It's like my mother, who's 22, 23 years older than me, and I'm 43, and she was friends with black people from the time she was a child to today, and yet why is there problems today? Like we didn't have problems when I was in school. There was no racial animosity between races.
You're telling me a story right now, but that's not the same as understanding.
How are these people? How are you oppressed in 2020? You are not oppressed. It ain't 1960.
Do you know? Wait. Do you know? Wait. Do you know what the average?
You're putting your grandpa's oppression.
Wait. Hold on. You just wait. So you said your rhetorical strategy seems to be saying dumb shit very quickly. So let's break this down.
No,
okay.
they don't.
First of all, the idea. So first of all, we ended legal segregation in this country, judging by your voice, while you were alive. Okay. The idea that there are still not long-standing impacts of Jim Crow and of slavery before that.
Segregation was more than a decade, well more than a decade before I was born.
All right. Well, in the whereabouts, I'm quite young myself. So we are still very much living down the effects of Jim Crow. Additionally, socioeconomic consequences of stuff like slavery can last centuries. It can last millennia. The only way to fix it is to fix it. Time doesn't fix it. We've never engaged in reparations in this country. We've never compensated for the harm we did to black people as a community. I'm not saying every black person in America is worse off than every white person in America. That would be ridiculous. There are plenty of
7,500 for 10 years straight, so I've given enough.
There are plenty of black people who are in better positions than plenty of white people in this country. Michael Jordan's probably way better off than you, and definitely better off. I know he's better off than me.
I know he's better off than me. He's 100 times better off.
Yeah, for sure. So this is why I and most BLM activists advocate for something called intersectionality, which is the idea that privilege and oppression are an overlapping series of ideas that intersect in multiple axes. So even if you, I'm going to assume you're white, may be privileged over a black person by way of being white, they can be privileged over you in a trillion other different ways, such to the extent that your privilege over them is functionally overwhelmed by theirs. Like, I would never walk up to you and say you're privileged over Michael Jordan. Even though there is one way in which you are, he is in a trillion other ways, so it would be a meaningless statement. That's my goal. Like, I just want people to recognize all the ways in which they benefit and are harmed by society and do what we can to fix it.
Black Lives Matter wants me to pay for what may or may not have been my ancestors that I never even thought about or knew or any. I mean, you know, I didn't inherit generational wealth.
Well, not you.
And it's not because
not you.
It's not because my family. It's not because my family was crackheads and shit. My family's a hard workers. I got a lot of teachers in my family because they don't make a lot of money. But
how long has your family been in America?
How long has my family in America? At least like what, 5 generations?
Okay. Could your grandpappy vote?
Yeah.
Could your great-great-grandpappy live without being enslaved?
Okay, well, but about the voting thing, I think we should go back to, if you don't own property, you shouldn't be allowed to vote. That's how I feel. If you ain't got a skin in the game, then you know that's how I feel about that. Plus, we need a 10% flat tax. I'm in favor of that.
That's another
There's a lot of ways to fix the country. I mean, that's another subject. But my point is,
okay, wait. I believe in democracy, guilty, so I disagree with that.
But they want me to be guilty.
Wait, no. Wait. Hold on. We're not skipping away from this. Your grandparents were able to do things black people couldn't do because the government privileged them over others. Your family benefited. You paid down the debt. And now all of us are responsible for collectively using our tax dollars to make this country fair, to make it an emblem of what it was meant to be. It is by definition not. If people are born poor,
black people in America are the 15th wealthiest group of people in the world. Black people in America as a collective, if you just took black people in America, they are the 15th wealthiest group of people.
First of all,
wait.
First of all, America doesn't even have the highest per capita income in the world. So I don't know how that metric would possibly
quality
be
of life, income versus quality.
We don't have the highest quality of life, not even close.
Versus expense. I didn't say we had the highest quality of life. I said versus expenses. Versus cost of living.
Okay,
black people in America
seems like a very specific
best
ratio. Okay, now hold on. Wait.
No,
please.
that's the quality of life.
Wait, hold
what
on.
you can earn versus how much it costs to live.
Okay, wait. I'm not familiar with this one specific metric. We are only talking about in America whether or not people are getting a fair shake. Now, right now,
well, tell me where black people are worse off than they are. Tell me where black people are better off anywhere in the world than they are in America.
Right now, wait. That's an irrelevant argument. You're running away from the point. Okay,
I want to hear where these first world nations are at that black people live in.
This is irrelevant to what we're talking about. We are only talking about whether black people in America have a fair shake. Okay, that is the only thing we're talking about.
No, I'm talking about black criminality against white people.
That is because you understand. That is because you understand you are defending an indefensible point, so you are jumping to another one. But we will focus.
No,
on
I'm not. I'm. It's not an indefensible point. The statistics back me up. Okay, here we go. Black people. Okay, these are black cities, right? St. Louis. This is the homicide rate per 100,000.
I'm not letting you do this. I'm muting you.
66.07. No, I'm saying you're not victimized.
Wait, let me know when you're done. You're muted. I'm not talking. Okay.
You can't refute it. That's why you want to hear.
Hold on. Are you aware with what a Gish Gallop is?
A what?
Okay, so a Gish Gallop is when, rather than addressing any argument, you run through so many of them so quickly, there's no chance to address them. So I'm happy to address.
No, you're trying to dismiss my argument about the crime.
No. What you're trying to do is run away from the argument we were having.
No, I'm saying that Black Lives Matter needs to quit the black people need to quit committing so much crime against white people disproportionately. Then we might listen. Until then, they can go get fucked. That's what I'm saying.
I know. Well, I know because you've adopted a pretense of fairness here, but I know that in a deep-seated sense, you probably are just like a kind of an idiot racist. But I'm trying to treat your arguments with some degree of good faith. So how about you do the same? You do the same.
I had a top 5% in the nation SAT score, but whatever.
How about you do the same with mine, and we talk about the one argument we were talking about? Here's a question for you: do you think black people have a fair shake in America? They're given a fair opportunity.
I think anybody born at the time I was born, yes, I do.
Okay,
because
cool.
Because all I saw was them being treated the exact same way I was, and in a lot of cases, better.
Do you know what generational inequality is?
Yes, but I didn't inherit any.
We're not talking about you.
Or anything, so
we're talking about averages for white and for black people. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to talk about averages in crime, but you don't want to talk about that.
We did talk about it, and now we're talking about this. You see, again, you're trying to pivot. A pivot is when you.
They don't have an argument. I'm saying Black Lives Matter needs to get out of the street, quit protesting, get daddies in the home, quit committing so much damn crime against other people. If you want to commit crime against yourself, then go ahead. Then go ahead. But you don't have a fucking right to disproportionately commit crime against us for 50, 60 years in a row,
and then
act like we're and act like we are the problem.
You need to
calm down. You don't have a right to do that.
You need to calm down, sir. You need to calm down. Tell the fucking truth. You are acting hysterical right now. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying that
I can see why you've been censored by social media if this is the attitude you took. Okay.
I'm not a cook. I'm not going to take it.
You are going to take it because people like me. People like me are the. Wait.
Come to my house and try to fucking make me take it. You'll find out.
Are you asking me to come and fuck you?
No, I'm saying you said I'm gonna take.
I guess you're not a cuck if I'm fucking you, right?
I'm telling you, you can come see me and you can try to make me. I'm not buying the narrative. The narrative is a lie. The statistics prove it is a lie. And if any race in this country has a right to be marching and protesting and demanding change, it is white people.
Okay, so do you know what a pivot is? A pivot is when rather than addressing your argument, you move to a new subject. You're very fond of this.
No, you've tried to do it. You've tried to just completely ignore
at no point
what I'm
have
saying.
I changed the subject at any point during this discussion.
Why do you think blacks? You think it's just all socioeconomic that they commit them against whites? Well, I thought we committed crimes against who we interacted with on a daily basis. No, we didn't go out of the areas we lived in to go commit them, but apparently we do when we're black.
Do you think black people have been given a fair shake in this country?
Like I said, from around my time, I'm not saying the whole time. No.
So do you know what generational inequality is?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware of the fact that typically speaking, if a person is born poor, they are more likely to die poor than a person who's born middle class, that poor families tend to stay poor on average.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and also about the single parent household too. You're right. Okay. So
we have established that if a family or a group of people are very poor, it is likely to continue being that way unless something changes for them or something is done to address that. Now, since black people were literally slaves just a few generations ago, and up until literally the 1960s, they were second-class citizens, do you think it's possible that the laws of this country might have denied them the wealth and the institutional support that white people have the opportunity to develop? So now, even though the law has been addressed, they're still in a disproportionately fucked situation.
So you're supposed to ignore the poverty that every other group in America has?
No,
just to
I am a socialist. I want you, I don't know what you were at in your life. I want every poor person in this country, every last one of them, to be able to afford all of the absurd expenses that I get to enjoy because I get to be a successful YouTube streamer. Every one of them. But we have to recognize black people are in a unique situation.
Okay, but you have to understand, though, you're asking people like me that have worked their entire lives and have been working for 25, 26 years consecutively, and a lot of times working 2 jobs just to be able to, to have those luxuries that is nice to have that little bit of nest egg that when something tears up, you can fix it right away. That some of us, I've had to do it. I don't have to do it now, but I had to do it for a long time. And you're telling me though that I'm somehow privileged. I was raised by a single mother. I mean, how the fuck am I privileged, dude? How am I privileged?
Have you never met a person with like cancer in like one arm or something? Like, yeah. Okay, are you not privileged over them?
Yes, but I'm not privileged over black people.
Okay, what about a black person who's in a worse position than you?
Same as a white person.
Okay, so you'd be more privileged than them. Okay. What about a person who's in the same position as you, except
it might be earned privilege though. It might be an earned privilege. It's not necessarily one that I inherited.
Okay, fair. That's fine. But what if you met somebody who was in the same economic position, but they were in a wheelchair? Would you say you're privileged over them in one respect?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Because I'm not handicapped.
Okay. So even if you're in the same economic position as another person, you can recognize that there's a way in which you have it better than that person.
Yes, I wouldn't take Michael Jordan's money to be in a wheelchair.
Okay. So if a black person is in the same economic position as you, but they're still black, that can be an element in which you are privileged over them, even if economically you're in the same position.
I don't agree with that. No, because I mean, dude, I've been treated bad by cops. I mean, you think cops only treat black people bad? I live in a town where the GBI cleaned our police department up like 5 times in 20 years. I mean, constantly.
Yeah, cops are a problem for white people. Wait, are you anti-cop? Are you ACAB, brother?
No, I'm not ACAB, but I mean, I agree that there are bad ones. There are bad ones. Yeah, they're bad ones. I don't like the whole system. I don't like the fucking war on drugs. I don't like any of that shit.
Nice. Then you would agree with most BLM protesters.
Criminals. Yeah. Violent criminals belong in prison. Everybody else let them out.
I agree.
Violent criminals, pedophiles. Yeah, I would totally reform the entire system. It would be nothing but violent criminals. But you commit violent crime in my country, your ass is gonna ride.
That's fine.
Ride
No BLM
for a lot longer than they do now.
No BLM protesters are suggesting that black murderers shouldn't go to jail. I have never seen anyone advocate
not just murderers, not just murderers. That the whole culture of stomping an unconscious person in the head.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, go to jail.
You do that, you soccer kick, you go to jail for a long time.
Sure. Yeah, that's assault. Or
battery. You tried to kill them. No, you tried to kill them. You're stomping somebody in the head. You're trying to kill them.
Yeah.
I got Timberlands. If I put my Timberlands on and try to stomp you in the head, I'm the only outcome that I expect is to kill you. I mean, I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to kill you.
Yeah,
I believe in a good old fight. When you get done, though, it's over. You get done when the man down, it's over. You don't just continue to beat somebody. You don't jump on people 4 and 5 on 1. But I have so many videos in my phone of black people doing this shit.
Wait. Why are you collecting videos on your phone?
Because I save it because they get censored. I just screen record them because they removed. A lot of them get removed. A lot of them get removed from that place anyway.
Do you just like watch those videos and get angry?
No, I don't even watch them. I just hit play and record them. I hit the little.
Wait, but do you just?
I did a screen record, dude. Not just them. I screen record a lot of stuff that I know is going to vanish. Just going to be censored and removed.
Do you like masturbate to them? Like, what do you do with these?
No, fuck no, you psychopath, motherfucker. You.
Wait, but why are you collecting videos of crimes being committed?
I get proof so I can fucking show other people and wake them the fuck up.
Wait. But if you want to prove it, you just show it with statistics. There's a crime data collected every year.
I show them all of it. I show them the statistics.
But why
everything.
the videos?
Some people they don't because they don't register with them with numbers. Some people don't. They don't register.
But that's an emotional argument. You don't want to be irrational, right?
I show them the statistics as well.
Okay,
I just show them this. I show them that this is the truth about the crime statistics, but this is what they're telling you. I show them and let them listen to Black Lives Matter's own words and say, "This is what they're telling you."
Do you save videos of police brutality?
Huh?
Do you save videos of police brutality?
I got a little bit of all of it. I'm just saying. I just document it and put it on the jump drive.
Well,
I just keep
documenting. It sounds like you're looking for things to get angry over. You do know that we have the lowest crime rate in like decades.
No. Listen. The mainstream media does nothing but lie. The mainstream media over reports on every single solitary white on black murder, and they completely ignore every black on. No, but are you denying that? You can go look up any of these. You can go look up. You mean to name them off? You can go look them up. You don't find a national media link for none of them.
The news organizations are. First of all, you're not going to get a major news story for every crime committed in America. The news will latch on to any crimes they think they can get a bunch of hits over. They're capitalists. That's their job, to make money.
But they over-report on one type of interracial crime, which is very rare by comparison, and they ignore the other side of it completely.
That's really not true. You know, major black civil rights leaders have spent decades trying to address black-on-black violence in the inner city. People just don't report on it because it's not interesting.
Dude, it took like 3 days for them to report on the Cannon Hanot, the 5-year-old shot by the black man.
Why should anyone give it? Wait. Why? It's just a random murder. Why should they report on that?
If I went to my next door neighbors and shot a 5-year-old black kid in the head, they definitely reporting on that. Don't even pretend
they did report it. They reported it. They reported it to the police, and it was covered by local media.
It took them 3 days. It took 3 days before there was any national media even thought about
why does there need to be national media coverage about one random dude who did a murder and then was immediately arrested?
Why if I went and did it, there would be it would be hammered down everybody's fucking throat, and every white person in the country would have to apologize every time they encountered a black person.
Why do you have such a chip on your shoulder? You are such a victim, like crybaby.
No, if I went,
dude, I'm white. Wait, I'm white too. Nobody has ever made me apologize.
Are you fucking denying that? Are you?
Nobody has ever made me apologize.
If I went out and did what that piece of shit did to a little black kid, it would be hammered in every fucking media, hammered down your. I mean, look at Trayvon. They showed pictures of Trayvon when he was a little fucking 12-year-old. He was 17.
Yeah,
he was 6'2" or some shit.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything?
But the picture, I mean, all of it. Why do they lie? If they're so right on the issue. He showed a picture when he's 12 over and over.
Wait, they showed. Wait. What do you mean? They showed lots of pictures of him. They didn't just show a picture of him when he was 12.
Dude,
they showed
kept using that same.
They showed. They showed pictures of him
picture.
with like a gun, didn't he? The most used picture of him was a recent one.
What media? What media did that?
I don't know. This was like 5 years ago. I don't obsess over dead black people like you do.
Have you ever watched?
Dude, you obsess over dead black people more than any Black Lives Matter activist in the world.
No, I'm tired of the fucking narrative. It's
what
a lie.
Narrative?
It is a lie. They're victims of white supremacy.
Your victim complex, dude. You're insanely upset. I'm white. Nobody makes me apologize.
I didn't know nobody's gonna make me apologize either. But
nobody's making you.
But I'm backed up by fact. You're not backed up by fact.
What
you
facts?
have your belief, but your belief of blacks are victimized is not backed up by facts. They create more fucking victims.
What facts?
Okay, hold on. Hear me.
We've already been over this point.
Listen. No, hear me out on one thing. Listen. Okay, this is rape, right? In America.
Wait, why did Cannon Hinnant need to have national?
Listen.
Wait, can you answer that for me? Why did Cannon Hinnant need to have national
Because if the
coverage?
opposite would have happened, it would have been hammered in every
how do you know
media
that?
for months on end. Dude, they would still be talking about it. Goddamn, they were talking about 2 days after Cannon Hinnant, they were talking about fucking Dylan Roof at the goddamn Democratic debate. But they didn't say about goddamn Cannon Hinnant. But they gonna talk about Dylan fucking Roof
because
Dylan was 5 years ago.
Because Dylan Roof was more relevant. Do you know why Dylan?
Why don't they talk about Emmanuel Sampson, who went into the church in Tennessee and got stopped, but he shot that one elderly white lady point blank range in the head in the parking lot because Emmanuel Sampson was nowhere near as Google them two fucking names and tell me what the results
Why
show
have we switched to school shooters? Why have we jumped?
Emmanuel Sampson's not a school shooter. He's a church shooter.
Dylan Roof is. You were like all over the place, my dude. Holy shit.
Emmanuel Sampson did not go all over the place. If you Google both of those names right now, look at the disparity in the reporting on it.
Wait. You realize that there is always going to be variance in reporting. You're trying to find like this narrative to justify your victim complex. You need to take.
You sound like the FISA. You sound like
you
the
need
FISA
to take some personal responsibility.
Warrants.
Wait, I sound like what?
You had like that they all this is happening by coincidence. That they're just ignoring the black on white murder.
There are reasons. Hold on. I acknowledge
coincidence.
that there is a narrative. There is a narrative that exists. The problem is you're fucking insane, so you can't see the real narrative. You see the narrative that's perpetuated by demagogues online who bait fake outrage to get people like you to keep donating to them. Like you're the cuck
I don't donate
here.
to none of them motherfuckers. My point is, I know I'm not the cook. I'm the one that says fuck Black Lives Matter. You are not fucking victims, and you're going to stop committing fucking crimes against us. Disproportionate.
Wait, what do you want to do? What do you want to do to stop the crime? What do you want to do to stop the crime, brother? What do you want to do to stop the crime? What do you want to do?
You don't think white America's getting fucking fed up with it?
What do you want to do?
You don't have your.
What do you want to do? Tell me. What are you going to do to stop the crime? Tell me. Officer, what are you going to do?
Do you see them pussies coming to the countryside?
What are you going to do? Wait, why can't you answer me?
State America.
Why can't you answer me?
Going to red state America. Do you see them going? No, they know what'll happen. They know where the backhoes are at. They know where the goddamn mass graves can be dug. They ain't trying to come to the fucking countryside in red state America and run their mouth. Now tell me where they doing that at. They ain't tried that shit nowhere.
What the fuck are you talking about?
They do it in suburbs and liberal shitholes. That's where they do it.
People do it in cities because there are more people in cities.
They do it in liberal shitholes and wealthy ass fucking neighborhoods with
Wait, are they wealthy or are they wealthy or shitholes?
I said they do it in liberal shitholes and in wealthier subdivisions that were gentrified or wealthier neighborhoods that were gentrified. But the few videos I've seen of them starting their shit in the suburbs looking areas.
So wait, what do you want to do to fix it?
Or it's not. Huh?
What do you want to do to fix it?
Let them come to the goddamn countryside and start their shit and find out.
Wait. So that wait. Hold on. After all
it's
this,
not a black and white. It's not a black and white.
After that, that's your solution. Just let them protest in the fucking
liberal. No, it's a liberal psychopath.
All right, I'm muting you again.
It's not black versus white.
Wait, you're not. Wait. You're not a patriot, dude. Wait.
Okay.
Wait. Do you like America? Wait, I thought you were like a fucking like commie or
No,
something.
I like a lot of things about America, but some things I don't like. But I damn sure don't want to go to socialism.
So in this conversation, you have come out against democracy, fair trials, due process, emancipation. You've come out against almost every fundamental value America was founded on, and your solution to crime is racial war between BLM and you.
No,
you're not a patriot, my dude. You're just a wingnut.
They need to be told to cease. Y'all, people like you have a responsibility to tell the fucking truth.
I do. What lies have I told? What lies have I told? What lies have I told? What lies have I told?
If you care about black people,
what
lies? You're lying about socioeconomic issues causing crime, because it does not. There's been plenty of studies that have been done to show that poor white neighborhoods don't have anywhere near the goddamn crime as poor black neighborhoods.
Wait. Do poor white neighborhoods have more crime than rich white neighborhoods?
Yeah, but do they have anywhere near the
hold
crime
on. Wait,
of
okay.
Poor black neighborhoods?
So that's
wait.
So
the crime?
Okay,
This
so
ain't
I know.
gonna go nowhere,
Wait.
man,
So
because,
do you speak English first language?
Yes.
Okay, so socioeconomic is made up of two words: society and
I'm well
economics.
aware of what the word means.
Okay, cool. So when people talk about the disparity between black and white people, they're not just referring to a wealth gap. They're talking about socioeconomics. I tried to talk to you about it earlier. You don't seem really receptive to understanding this. You just seem to be sort of locked into your victim complex. You remind me of like some liberal classmates that I had back in college.
I see people, dude.
You were really obsessed with being victims.
Dude, black people where I live, in my experience, are not held down. They get promotions if they work hard. They get promoted just as fast as the white people do. I mean, sometimes faster.
Okay.
So I mean, you're not gonna convince me of the shit that blacks are held down. They're not.
No,
I mean,
I knew from the nanosecond this call started that you would not be budged from your position at all.
You're not going to.
Wait. So wait, just to clarify, your only solution to this problem is for BLM protesters to march in rural areas so you can shoot them. That's your solution to the black crime issue?
I think no, my thing with the police issue, with the police issue, my thing is I think we need independent group like councils or whatever that can oversee incidences that need to be investigated, and take it out of the cops' hands, where you don't have like the buddy system where somebody's friends with somebody, been friends with somebody 20 years, and they're the ones making a call on them. You know what I mean? Like, instead of just doing the grand jury system, I think there ought to be like an agreed upon, for each, maybe major cities, they got so many cases, they, each major city needs their own. But that's
like, what BLM wants.
States,
Wait, independent
investigatory. And I will agree with them about some oversight, that the independent oversight needs to take place. I'll agree with them about that.
If BLM wins, doesn't that mean there's less black crime then? Because they get what they.
But also, we need to talk about truthfully about black on white crime, because it is out of proportion.
What do you want to do to
way out of proportion?
What do you want to do to make it less?
Well, the first step, we need to acknowledge that it exists. We need to acknowledge that we have a problem with it.
Nobody says it doesn't exist. Like,
dude, I don't hear anybody talking about it being a problem though.
Because
it is a problem.
Because the solution to the problem is Black Lives Matter. The problem is people like you want to turn it into a race war, while people like me recognize we can fix this. We can fix this with socioeconomic solutions. And what's more, what's more, you will make more money if we do that too, because there have been plenty of studies shown that these areas, these inner city black crime areas or whatever, these areas that we provide no opportunity to, these areas are an economic drain on this country. But when these people are elevated, when their cities are invested in, when their neighborhoods are rebuilt, that pays back significantly, proportionally. They give more money in taxes, and that frees up people like you and me.
Okay, let me ask you this. Well, are you for or against immigration? I'm against immigration. All immigration. I don't give a shit what country they're coming from.
Of course I'm for immigration. Why wouldn't I? This country was built on immigration.
Let's say it lowers the pay scale. It does. I mean,
it doesn't. There's data suggesting that it does not.
Dude, you can look and see in 1980, when the immigration exploded from 1980, the wages in this country stagnated.
Wages have been stagnating. Wages have been stagnating wages had been stagnating since the 60s, and it's because of dropping union participation.
Like my dad in the 80s, man. My dad worked, and there was all kind of places around where people making $25, $30 an hour in the early 80s.
Yeah, union busting fucked it up. Yeah, fucking capitalists, dude. They fucking ruined it. Unions had most America, but a lot of Americans good paying jobs.
Why are all these Democrat areas that are shitholes though? Why have they been Democrat-led for 50 years?
I don't
do you
like.
Agree there's a problem?
I don't like what would the Republicans do to do better? You keep jumping point to point, by the way. Like, I know you're doing
No, I'm
this,
just asking. No, I'm just asking you. Like, what do you think? I mean, do you agree that they are shitholes and they've been Democrat-led for 50 years? So at least, I mean, I'm not saying the Republicans will do better, but is it? Trying to say
I
thing?
don't defend that
over and over. And
yeah, Democratic leadership in most of those cities has done very little to address the systemic problems of black people. Like, almost nothing. In some cases, they've worsened it severely. You can take a look at a bunch of cities for examples of that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't like the Democratic Party.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering because like I used to live in a place where this town literally went from 75 to 80% white to 75, 80% black, and it's been Democrat leadership in that city. It's a city of about 100 and about
black people tend to
150,000
vote
people in the
Democrat.
city limits. And that city just has went to shit over the last 20 years. I mean, absolute crime rate skyrocketed. It actually had the highest murder rate per capita.
Did white people leave the
at one
city?
point.
So what you just described was white flight. It sounds like all the wealthy white people.
Flight, because
so all the wealthy white people left, and you leave it in the hands of the poorest group of people, and then you provide them nothing.
Didn't leave it. They didn't leave until the crime rate just got outrageous.
That's generally not how. That's generally not how it happens. But I can't argue with your anecdotal evidence.
I mean, it happened about the same time. I mean, but the crime rate just skyrocketed. I mean, it was like the highest murder rate in the country.
Okay, what made it skyrocket?
Who knows? I mean, I don't know. We had the mayor.
Things don't just happen for no reason on a statistical basis.
Okay, it was about the late 90s. There was a crooked ass mayor. He got elected, and then he was there for like, I don't know how many, 12 years or something like that. You know, a decade and a half or so. And then he got ran out on a rail and ended up going to jail for a couple of years or whatever. I don't know if he's the cause of it or what, but I'm just saying
I could look at the city
and look at place.
I could look at the city and look at the history of that city.
Macon, Georgia.
Okay, well, it would take me time to look at the data on that.
I'm just letting you know about it though. But it used to be when I was a kid. That's where we played Little League All Stars and all that stuff at, and it was like a nice area. I mean, a really nice area. You know, everything about the whole place was pretty much nice.
Would you be okay with Black Lives Matter if it reduced the number of murders overall for white and for black people? And would you be okay with immigration if it didn't affect the wages of domestic workers?
Yes, but I still don't. I don't agree when they talk about being 2.5 times more likely to be killed by cops. I think a lot of it is personal responsibility. Quit resisting arrest. I have been arrested by a crooked cop, a piece of crap that was later removed by the state agency, and he didn't go to prison, but he was stripped, never be allowed to be a cop again. And I shouldn't even have been arrested. I was manhandled, slammed down, all that by 2 or 3 of them. But it was initiated by that one. But I'm just saying,
all around. Wait, it's ACAP. All cops. Not just cops talking with black folk.
No, not all of them. Because where I live, it's like this.
We would stand up for you.
But it's like this. Look, but it's like this though. You have a good interaction with a cop that pulls you over because you were speeding or whatever, and he's nice. He asks for your ID because everybody's had that. I don't care. I mean, I've been pulled over like that by a nice cop. Here's your driver's license, you know, all that a couple of times in my life. But anyway, I don't go to social media and tell everybody about my good encounter. And I don't, and the bad cop in where I live is a small town, but we have one really bad cop. We still have him. He's a piece of crap. He initiated one investigation where he was caught messing with an underage girl at another county. And then a couple other cops messed with that girl, but they ended up getting fired for it, but he didn't. He just had to take a little leave of absence and come back. Now he's working with the sheriff's department. But this guy, everybody has an interaction with. If you talk to somebody from a surrounding county, they'll talk bad about the cops or whatever, and it's like that's the guy they're talking about because you can almost guess every time that's who they had an interaction.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to defend
everybody over.
Yeah, I mean, and BLM people would stand next to you. BLM people would stand next to you in condemning that cop. Look, we're near the end of this.
You have more interactions, though, what I'm saying, with the bad ones. You have more interactions
of course,
with the bad ones because they're assholes, they're gung-ho.
The reason police have more interactions with black people is because black people tend to commit crime, and they tend to commit crime because of a number of socioeconomic factors. If we address those factors, we can fix a bunch of issues. You are my friend. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm actually not trying to cut you off. It's just I know stream is going to be ending soon. I have some other stuff that I need to do before 5. But I need to say this beforehand. I know you are an ally of Black Lives Matter because all of your contentions with it are predicated on mistaken beliefs. You want something that will put more money in your pocket. You want something that will lessen interracial crime rates. You want something that will embolden our cities to make them stronger to help deal with corrupt cops. And I know that the prescriptions that I levy will help with that. And I know you will be an ally when the time comes.
Let me say one thing. The reason I have a problem with interracial crime is I am still to this day witnessing what it did to my mother when we found my brother almost dead, swollen grotesquely, jumped, stomped in the face, unconscious, and the neurosurgeon said he was unconscious because he said he was hit with something in the back of the head that was a cylinder, like a hammer or or a socket or something like that. He said he could tell that by all the multiple brain scans he had. Then he said he was in ICU for a week now. But I watched it with my mother. My mother now sometimes she will get to worrying about me or my older brother, who both of us have children now. She will be worried about us to the point that she won't go to sleep until she calls us late at night. Just she wants to hear that we're okay, because she panics sometimes thinking that something's gonna happen to us because of what happened to my brother.
You and I both.
I've seen the victims. I see the.
You and I both want to live in a country where moms don't have to worriedly call their children asking if they're okay before falling asleep. So I know we're allies in that. I see what that did to my mother. I see what it did to my mother. Yeah, so let's lessen it. Yeah, so let's lessen it. There's a lot of other victims out there. But what I'm saying is there's a lot of disproportionate victims that are white committed by black, and they need to address that. The leaders of Black Lives Matter need to stand up and call for their people that are supporting them to quit committing so many crimes against white people, because it's not helping your cause. Okay, you're right. I would agree with a lot of things if they would change some of their things. You're right. I would agree with a few of their points, and I would march with the motherfuckers, but I would never march with them as is, because I'm not misinformed about it. I know that I've seen it. I've heard them what they say. They act like we are the problem. We are not the problem. White people might have been the problem, in terms of the way they treated black people at times in our country's history, but that ain't today. All right. Well, wait. I got black friends. I got black friends. But I mean, and dude, just so you know, even if you're privileged over them for being white, that's not your fault. And even if they're in a dispossessed position, it's not your fault. I don't want to blame anyone. I'm white. I've never once in my life apologized for being white to anyone. I've never felt bad for being white. The white guilt thing is a fucking CIA psyop. Okay,
but dude, you got me wrong in terms of being. You got me wrong in terms of being a victim. What drove me crazy though was
but I have to go. Wait, I have to go.
The way I was taxed all them years, and then you want to tell me I'm privileged? Like, no.
Well, okay. Well, I'm self-employed, so I'm the most oppressed taxpayer here. Okay, that's my line. Okay, I have to pay fucking 15% FICA tax on top of my national tax. So it's.
I feel you, but I'm saying, would you agree though that the single independent taxpayers in this country are really oppressed, and nobody talks about them? You don't ever hear anybody say anything about, that's unfair, because I don't care how you look at it. That is the United States government overstepping their boundaries, entering into a private contract between me and my employer, and you are changing the terms of that contract because I'm working right beside this guy. We both make 20 an hour.
I'm all for tax. I'm all for tax reform. I don't think there's anything wrong with tax credits for people who have children. Children are necessary for the survival of our species and our state.
But how are you going to tell me that a black man that's working right beside me makes the same thing I do, but he gets he actually makes money at tax time. He actually gets a windfall of $2,000 or $2,300.
Wait, black people
what he
don't
paid in. But
wait, black people don't get extra taxes.
Like, I didn't say extra taxes. I said we both pay in the same, but he gets back way more.
Wait, but
I get back a fraction.
Wait, but how? There's not a black tax receipt.
If we pay, I'm saying if he has children and I don't, I'm saying for like
wait. Then it's not. Whoa. Then it's not him being black. It's him having children. Why do you say black guy?
No, I'm saying no, but you're saying blacks are oppressed. I'm saying how can somebody? Because I've worked with somebody that had 2 kids when I didn't have any. I'm talking about 15.
Wait, then have kids and you can get the same benefit.
No, but I did, but I didn't have them then. My whole point is why though. You Black Lives Matter talks about inequality. They talk about they talk about inequality. That is real fucking inequality. When you're working and you're making less money than somebody you work right beside and make the same as.
Look, I also don't have a child. I will start childless lives matter. Okay, well I don't, because I'm 26, so I will start childless lives matter. I genuinely have to go. It's 3. I have to ask you one thing, just out of curiosity. I do appreciate you coming on. Do you believe in QAnon?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that more than you know. Be well, okay? I don't know what that was, but I think I did okay. I don't know, but I think I did okay. Oh, all right. Well, there you go. It's content. Fuck. If there's any person on Earth I want to get better at talking to, it's that guy. That specific human being. That type of person. that type of person right there. Because I feel like so much of my political engagement is relegated to a very small and very select group of always online people. But this country has over 300 million people in it. And he's one of them. There are a lot of people who are like him. A lot of people who agree with his positions. And I need to be able to talk to him. I don't think I reached him. I feel like there were a couple of points there where I did a decent job reaching him, but I feel like the brainwashing is too hard. Like, he's in the full-on, like, saving videos of black people stomping on white guys' heads and watching them to remind himself of the truth while the media censors him territory. Like, he's very far... He's past Fox News, like, or at least past the average Fox News viewer. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'm really glad I had that conversation, though. It reminds me how much wider the world is. Than the internet, or than my part of the internet. I'm not going outside, but it's important. Okay. Honestly, I would have kept suggesting having sex with him to upset him. I might have if he had said anything objectively, like, homophobic beforehand, but he didn't, so I didn't think there was any point in pressing on that, though I admit it was pretty funny. The thing is, though, and I know you guys have to understand that, as aggressively bad faith as that guy was, like, insanely bad faith, and as, let's be real, definitely racist as that guy is, he never actually insulted me. Or if he did, I don't remember it. And that's interesting, isn't it? He never once did. And there's some significance to that. Was that really bad faith? He seemed to be pretty honest. Well, he would pivot like a motherfucker. Like, he would, like, any talking point, he would just immediately jump to another. He called you a psychopath? Oh, okay. Well, I called him a racist idiot, so whatever. I think he... Yeah, I think we both see each other the same way. You know? Like, I think we both see ourselves as people who possess a block of information the other person is blind to, and we want to convince the other person. Anyway, yeah, okay. Oh, shit, yeah. Absolutely. Soon, comrades, soon. I'll be yoked like this. Kikto, thank you. He called you a psychopath when you suggested masturbating to his videos. Oh, then that's not a big deal at all. Okay, no. If he only called me a psycho after I made a joke about him masturbating to videos of people dying, then I don't think that was bad. I don't think that was like a bad, you know, thing on him. By the way, I'm on the front page of BreadTube. Wait, for what? Is this for the J.K. Rowling video? Because that was like yesterday. Oh yeah, it's the J.K. Rowling video. Wait, that J.K. Rowling video got 1,000 upvotes? I didn't expect it to do that well. Huh. Well, that's cool, I guess. Okay, let's read donos. Let's read donos. It's time to end stream. It's actually past time. Michael, I'll debate Ben Shapiro one day. Josh gets sorry for the Twitter ban, comrade. Seriously, that sucks. Danger Horse with the incredibly kind tier 2 sub. We need to stop sexualizing children no matter how they are dancing. Kids are never sex objects. Kids are allowed to dance without ever being sexualized. Yeah, of course. Obviously. Spinosaurus, the $5. Do you think if aliens were proved to exist on Venus, the Republicans would want to nuke them? I wonder what a nuke would, look like on Venus, because it's always like 900 degrees with firestorms, right? Like, yeah. Iowa with the tier 1 sub. I spent last hour struggling to draw a face from a low angle and losing my mind. This stream helped me control my feelings. Thanks. Oh, you mean like this? This excellent fan art that I did right here? This is actually the first time I've ever drawn a face at this angle. It's not like super low angle, but needs more hair. I don't have that much right now because she's sitting on all of it. Like a disgusting. Does she sleep on your head? Yeah, she sleeps on my head. Like right on top of it. The one rhetorical through line that I was hoping I could use against that guy that I didn't get an opportunity to, I was hoping that I could talk about, I was hoping I could, like, I didn't know if what that guy's economic situation is. It seems like he's just like a working class dude, but I'm fairly well off now. And I was wondering if I could get him to, like, sympathize with the collective interest of the working class, you know? But I don't know. I like by goading him, maybe? I don't know. Your friendly Wyatt, thanks the $5. Invader Blue with the tier 2 sub. Thank you, Wheelord, thanks the $5, comrade. Kai is the $3. Jesse Lee Peterson, but white. There are literally like 100 million Americans who at least sound similar to that. Angry Fruit with the $2. People are being kind of classist against this guy. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I'd say that there were people in chat who were being classist. But to be fair, that guy was also rocking a fucking stereotype, you know? Like, he was talking super fast, like, hardcore, sounded like he was running off meth, instantly talking about white people getting attacked in the streets by black people. Like, he was running the stereotype really fucking hard, so if people make redneck comments, like, I'm not saying that's necessarily, like, good, I'm just saying, like, at least it was prompted substantively. Bergsong agreed. Tango Bangle, yeah. Ramadan Steve with the $5. This guy is not a representation of the South. There are some of us who are educated, and Vosh definitely helps convert far-right libertarians. There are tons of wonderful people in the South. There are also a lot of shit people, you know? It's just, yeah. Wellog, thanks to tier 1 sub. Trevor R. If Ben Shapiro was born in Alabama. True. Nathan Nelson with the $5. Love you, V. Diddy. A couple streams ago, you said the opposite of red pill was based. It's bread pilled. Oh, true. Very true. Bread pilled. Very true. Iowa with the... Oh, wait, I did that one. Yeah, true Spinosaurus. Old school AJ with the $5. Thank you. Bumpkins like this are why I worked for years to kill my southern accent, because having one made people assume I was one of these uneducated backwards fuckheads. Just keep in mind, there's nothing wrong with you doing the accent you want, but getting rid of your southern accent because you don't want to be associated with people like that is like a black person getting rid of their AAVE inclinations because they don't want to be associated with like the stereotype of an inner city thug. You should be able to live comfortably no matter what you sound like. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with any accent. Unless you're French Canadian, in which case there's something genetically wrong. The Real Lock with a very kind $5. General Sherman wants a word with this caller. HTTP Lovecraft with a very kind $10. I've lived in Memphis, Tennessee my entire life. This redneck dude is 100% exactly what all political conversations with normies around here sound like. Yeah. Yeah. A flat cap with a $5. I like how he got markedly madder when you asked if he wanted you to come fuck him. I mean, he literally said, like, come here and make me take it, you know? It felt prompted. Darkside, thanks to the $5. PhD and Dumbassery with $5. Bro sounds like he watches interracial porn. Isn't interracial porn most commonly searched for per capita in the South? I'd be almost shocked if it wasn't. Lost Navigators with the $5. Remember, this guy's vote is worth more than yours? True. Papa Midnight and Michael, thank you both very much for the $5, comrade. Luis Guerrero with a very kind $2. Vosh, this deserves to be an S-tier debate. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I don't know what I'm going to title it, though. Because I don't want to say, like, crazy redneck. Like, I don't want to do that, you know. But I don't know what I'm going to title it. Christina Dry Trillion with a very kind $5. This is so infuriating. I have no idea how you're staying calm, lol. I've gotten a lot better at being calm since my first Sargon debate. Before that, a lot of the performative rage that I demonstrated in debates wasn't performative. It was just, it was just me being angry. But that went really badly for me in the first Sargon debate. So after that, I just learned to stop doing it. Luke LB with a very kind $10. Hey, I'm a native of West Virginia and an Appalachian studies scholar with a background in critical theory. Love to chime in on some of this on call sometimes. You mean with like the BLM versus white victimhood thing? Maybe. You should email me. I can't promise anything though. I'm Really, really backed up. Oh, yeah, I didn't get to talk about it, by the way, but this guy's emails were pretty unhinged. Yeah, that guy could be a fucking rapper for sure. I should tell him that. I don't think he'd take it as much of a compliment, though. I'm calling any of you dishonest lefties out for a debate. He kept giving me his phone number, by the way. He actually wanted to debate me over the phone. Like, not even on the stream or anything. Like, he wanted to call me. Don't run. I will do a 4-hour debate. 1 hour with you, Chunky Yogurt, Destiny, Woke Baby. I don't know who Chunky Yogurt and Woke Baby are. The only people victimizing blacks are other blacks. Am I the Chunky Yogurt Woke Baby? 3 hours for me, actually. You ignore mainstream media. Disparity of white on black murder. Black trash. You could call me at 3 in the morning, drunk hangover, and I could still name more whites killed by blacks in 2020 off the top of my head than you can name me blacks killed by whites if I gave you a month to do it. I really feel bad for this guy. This guy seems like he legitimately, like, spends his time memorizing. Yeah. He has, like, the videos on his phone. Remember in the beginning of the debate where he listed out the number of white people killed by black people and how many more there were per year than... Remember at the beginning? He was like, 231 more, 287 more, 198 more, 236 more. You know, like I think he was on his phone, dude. I think he just had that memorized. But he made a Discord account for me. So that was nice. Chibi Spore with a very kind $10. Ever since the divorce with Destiny, the guy just can't keep their hands off you. Seriously, they'll keep the good fight. Thank you, man. Ace Coomer with a tier 1 sub. Thank you. Always wonder what it would look like to actually engage with the kind of person you just engaged with. You've got chutzpah. I like conversations like that. It's way more fun to me than some sort of like wannabe sociopath, edgelord, 17-year-old.
People always say shit like this. They always say.
Sorry, somebody linked to TikTok. Who grew up, fucking jerking off the hentai and wants to defend the white race. Whatever. My name is not James. Thanks to tier 1 sub. Likewise, Don Mako Umaneko. Thank you very, very much. Still believe in democracy? I do. If democracy was working correctly, that guy wouldn't have the opinions he has. John Barleek, thanks the $2. And likewise, Indie Odd Jobs. Much appreciated, comrade. I really appreciate that. I said that twice. I'm a little tired. Your friendly Wyatt with the $8. Thank you. Iowa with the $10. I retreat my previous statement. After this debate, all I'll be left with is a headache. Duly noted, comrade. Joe Taroki with the $5. I know why you're not being super mean to the racist, but I wish you'd be super mean to the racist. I know it sounds insane, but that guy's arguments came from a legitimate place of fear and hatred. He wasn't like a grifter. He wasn't like a grifter or like some weird performative asshole. Like, this guy clearly thinks about this a lot in his off time. I'm not saying that means you can't be mean to the guy, but legitimate hatred. I'm sorry, legitimate in the sense that it's actually a feeling he has, rather than like it's honest hatred, rather than. But I'm not saying it's warranted, you know. Nickard Dixon, with the very kind $5. That dude is the same accent as the guy who gave me my nickname in Mississippi high school, Sand N-word. I'm ethnically Muslim. Nice. Well, there are a lot of people with that accent, to be fair, kind of. Sanan, thank you for the $5. Ben Bean, likewise, thank you very, very much, comrade. I know, comrade, they're good engineers. King Momo Reborn with a very kind $5. Trying to make content to diversify LeftTube as an Asian boy. Any advice? Soon I'm going to be making a video where I talk about, like, advice on how to make content and do well, you know? It's not going to be a long video, but I'll make it. True, Marcus Plenty. Curse Breadbox, the $5. Thank you, comrade. True. Mitchman James, the $5. This sounds like every argument I've ever had with my mom. I'm sorry. Mike C with a very kind $20. This man is a product of right-wing propaganda. Conservatives have been cultivating this mindset for decades. 20% of the country is like this. Yep. I'm genuinely astonished that guy's not a QAnoner, by the way. Oh my fucking God. We got a... Brandon with the incredibly kind $200 donation. Holy shit, my dude. Holy fuck. Throw this into your pack. Super pack. I'll throw that right into my super pack, buddy. I promise, comrade. We're getting there, okay? We're going to throw it out. One of these days, in like 2022 or something, we're just gonna fucking drop $300,000 into a pack, and I'm gonna try to contact the DSA and the Rose Caucus and the Justice Dems and get their recommendations for local candidates to back. We're gonna fucking do it. That's the plan. It was meant to be 20. Wait, was that a typo? Brandon. Brandon. Brandon, I'm looking at YouTube chat. I'm looking for you. Fuck yes, my dude. Wait, fuck yes is in it. It was 20 or 200. Wait, Brandon, that was ambiguous. Would you really say fuck yes if you were like, fuck yes, dude, I made a mistake? Like, that's a little weird. No, it was 200. Yes! Brandon! My man, I knew you wouldn't betray me like that. Robbing me of my $180. Also, I can't refund super chats. I can refund site donos and Streamlab donos and site subscriptions, but I can't refund super chats. So that's good. That's good, Brandon. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, that was 270 praxis you just earned. Okay, we need to wrap this up. I've got errands to run. I didn't even get to eat. Nicholas Montaro, yeah, I think that is, I don't know, he's driving through a tunnel. Forget, thank you very much for the $5. Happy to hear you enjoy the content. Galen Jacobs with the $5. I'd like you to actually look into Macon, Georgia statistics and what happened. I live here now and the homicide rates are out of this world. Sure, I can take a look. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if my analysis is going to be that much more than what you could sort of intuit, but yeah. Blake with the $5. Yesterday's VOD got perma-deleted because it had some copyrighted content. Nothing big, no drama. Wolfgar with the $5. Send guys like that, Bo the Fifth Column videos more relatable to them. Agreed, yeah. Those are the people Bo of the Fifth Column is literally fucking forged in fire to talk with. In the odd jobs, thanks the $2. Raz the $5. That guy would be on board with lefty talking views if it weren't for conservative conspiracies. Yeah, there were a number of points where he was just agreeing with the basic. When he was talking about setting up independent councils for police reform, like there are wedge issues we can focus on here. Astoria Clark with a very kind $5, comrade. I don't have a headache at all. I actually flew pretty good, but thank you. PhD in dumbassery with the incredibly kind $10. Shout out to all my chatters from the South, place infested with crazies like this. Easily some of the most fragile, miserable, and hateful people in the world. That's been my experience as well. Comrade Carno with the 1069. Thank you so much, comrade. I just can't stand my Southern family because entire family events is worshipping the snake handler preacher who died to snakes of George Went Hensley. Can't say I know the history behind that one, but it's family traditions, right? RPG Unit with the $10. RPG Unit, not gun it. Maybe name it was something about intersectionality versus married with dependent privilege. Yeah, I just, God, the... intersectionality is so important, guys. DeGero with the incredibly kind $45 fucking dollars. Thank you so much, my dude. Holy shit. Playing Minecraft while listening to you debating a racist lunatic is my vibe right now, and I'm just so sad my grandpa is just a less crazy version of this guy. Hey, well, there were a couple of points there where it felt like I was reaching out to the guy I was talking to, so maybe there's hope yet for your grandpa? Maybe? I don't know. Thank you very, very much, man. Jordan, mine's the $5. Do you think you could get a second session and follow up on points that could be elaborated on, especially re his city, possibly? I enjoyed that conversation with that guy, but I have a feeling that if I attempted a second conversation, it would end up being the exact same conversation over again. So, I'm not sure. Maybe. I'll think about it. I've got his email. Sake Tanuki with the incredibly kind $10. Thank you. And you gave me a link to... Sake. Fucking prequel memes. From 2 years ago. What are you... Sake? 3 years ago? You're a fucking AI algorithm. Holy shit. Right mouse button with the incredibly kind $10. Kojo Tano. Just completed a 6-minute animated short that's been over a year in the making, but it has less than 700 views. Clout, please? Oh, sure. This is already significantly higher quality than something that only has 700 views. Well, I can't watch this whole thing, but... Oh, shit! No spoilers. Chat! I love independent animations. Get it! Get it, go! Get it, go! Spread it. Milk it. King of Haphazard with a very kind $10. Rescue babies! Double baby! Double baby. Attention whore. Baby. Little void baby. Peep peep. I love these little tubes, dude. They're such freaks. Peepin'. Hat Guy with the incredibly kind $15. I'm really happy to hear I was able to help you out of the alt-right pipeline, comrade. Babies! Babies! She tall. She watch. Chunky. Photosynthesis, baby. True. Chair, baby. Very chunky. Baby. Baby! They're so lazy! Such lazy little babies. Fed the poopy with the $5. True, Bernie or bust is cancer. Baby, I gotta run through these quickly though, because there's still a few. Chair baby. Ooh. What she sees versus what she sees, baby. Sleepy baby. Neck baby. Ooh, sleepy. Baby. And you, presumably. What the fuck? What a nice bathroom. Hold on. Is that marble countertop? With mirrors on both sides? Hold on. How much did you donate to get? Oh, this is a hotel? Okay, okay. I'm just kidding, of course. It's fine no matter what. I was just joking, of course. Wait! Hold on. How much did you donate again? I'm kidding. Beautiful cat, beautiful setup. Jethray, I'm really happy to hear you were able to convince your friend about trans children. Also, fucking baby! Beautiful. Majestic. It looks so, alert. Wow. Floofy baby. Little chicken shrimp baby. And Skooma Fish with the $2. Destiny on why I burned the Vosh Bridge. Oh, God. Destiny had a conversation with Xanderhall last night that I caught a part of and generally wasn't a fan of. I felt like Xanderhall was trying to, Xanderhall was, like, trying to speak for us, kind of, and misrepresented some of our arguments and kind of allowed Destiny to steelman his own. And it kind of came off like Xan was just trying to get Destiny and I to make up, which... That's not a good picture of me? Eh, whatever. Okay, hold on. Stop donating! Fuck! Adam64, thank you very, very much for the $10. Really appreciate that, comrade. Jordan Mines the $5. Mods equals gods. Thanks for the link, Foshbad. Thank you, comrade. Lazy Peasant with the $5. If I'm a non-consensual Britbonger, Scott, am I forgiven? When we say Britbongers, we're talking about the English, okay? Listen, don't worry about it. The Scottish are okay. Comrade Conrad with a very kind $10. Really respected that last debate if you call what he was doing debating. I don't have advice on how to talk to that character, but I'll let you know when I do. Oh yeah, please do, comrade. Please do. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Canada Rocker with a very kind $10. Yeah, I don't think that guy really knew what BLM stood for. He just didn't like the idea of the narrative that black people are oppressed, I guess. Zant, thank you for the $5. I'm really happy to hear that. I love it when more people are like me. Humphead Sassy with the incredibly kind $10. Thank you. Yeah, we should have had K Kona for that debate. True. Dog baby. Floor baby. Yeah, that guy didn't really know much about Black Lives Matter, but he knew he didn't like black lives, and that was all he needed. Oh, what a long face. Babies. Big baby. Wow. Large baby. Huge baby. So big. Mr. Sparkle with the $5. The Xander Hall Destiny debate last night came off like a kid trying to convince his parents to get back together. That was my impression as well. Banjo, yeah, it is pretty funny. Thank you for the $5. And Wolfgar with the incredibly kind $20. Some light independent animation featuring ya boy Ben Shapiro. Mute at 150, possible copyright song, not sure. Wolfgar, thank you so much for the $20. Pretty fucking arrogant of you to assume I'll be watching 150 into anything when we're nearly 30 minutes over the end of stream time.
I'm afraid the cancer has spread throughout your entire body. Your heart and lungs are barely performing their functions.
Okay, hold on. Chad, I'm giving this to you. I'll watch this later. Godspeed, okay? Jesus Christ. Blake with the incredibly kind $30 donation. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. Holy shit. You are a prisoner to my capital. Yeah, I ultimately am a slave to you people, am I not? And Altenberg, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you all very much, comrade. You've all been... There it is. You all have been entirely too kind. It is time for the stream to end. We'll stream again tomorrow. The streaming never ends. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for the incredible kindness. I had a wonderful time. And take care of yourselves, okay? All right. Okay.